presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici in Manhattan melodrama. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Backstage in the Lux Radio Theater, this is an exciting moment. Curtain time on the first night of our 7th consecutive season. We're on the brink of new adventure. Adventure with the brightest stars of Hollywood and Broadway. Adventure with the outstanding stage and screenplays of the year. And in tonight's adventure, 3 of your favorite stars, William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici, begin the season with Manhattan melodrama. From the flicker of gaslight to the blaze of neon, first nights have always thrilled me, as the scene in front of this theater thrilled me tonight. But all the splendor and spectacle of this great Hollywood premiere are yours, without having to brave a single traffic jam. This theater was designed for you, and we appreciate the approval you stamped on that design by your loyalty to the products behind it, Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes. For the 7th year, we're going to keep Lux a symbol of the highest quality in entertainment, just as it stands for the highest quality in both of our products. And we don't need a horoscope to predict an auspicious beginning for this new season. The stars look very favorable. In fact, Myrna Loy is smiling. But Manhattan melodrama has added a few gray hairs to my head, though even gray ones are welcome. The drama in the play is so strong that it demands 3 forceful personalities to play it. And 3 of a kind, like William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici, are hard to get. It's a story of 2 men who've grown up from boyhood together, opposite types but fast friends. They take different paths and wind up on opposite sides of the law, but they fall in love with the same girl. Then suddenly one of them holds the life of the other in his hands, and, well, the stage is set now. We open a new season. The curtain rises on the first act of Manhattan melodrama, starring William Powell as Jim Wade, Myrna Loy as Eleanor, and Don Amici as Blackie. On June 15th, 1904, the East Side Association of New York City held its 3rd annual outing on the excursion boat General Slocum. Parents lined the rail, basking in the warm sunshine. Children scampered along the bright deck, screaming gleefully at their release from city streets. There was laughter in the air and snatches of song. On June 15th, 1904, the excursion boat General Slocum, passing through Hellgate in the East River, burned and sank with the loss of 1,000 lives. That night on the waterfront, while the grim toll of death was reckoned in the flickering light of torches, 2 East Side kids sat huddled together in the shadows.
Blackie, don't cry, Blackie.
I ain't crying. I just saw my mom. They found her down there. She...
I know. Mine, too, and Pop.
Don't you cry either.
I ain't crying.
Jimmy, I guess we gotta stick together now, huh?
Yeah, Blackie. Sure.
Jimmy! Jimmy, where are you?
There's Father Pat.
Here, Father.
Where's Blackie Gallagher? Is he with you?
Here, Father Pat.
Are you both all right?
Yes,
Sure.
Father.
Oh, it's a long, sad day we've had. And a sad night ahead.
Father Pat, the kids told me it was you that pulled me out of the river.
Oh, for sure. It was your friend Jimmy here went in after you first. Well, come along now.
Where are we going, Father?
Well, we'll spend the night in the rectory, and then we'll see.
I ain't going to no orphan asylum.
Blackie.
I ain't. You can't put me there. I'll run away.
Blackie, son, I know how you're feeling tonight. And my heart's heavy
I won't
for
go,
you.
I tell you.
Father Pat, someone needs you.
I'm coming. I'll be back for you boys in a minute. And wait right here.
Jimmy, you ain't going, are you?
I don't know. Maybe we gotta, Blackie.
Well, I won't. That stuff is all right for kids like you. You like to read books and study and learn things. Well, I got other ideas. I'm gonna run away. Right now.
Blackie.
If you want to stick together, here's your chance. Are you coming with me? Yes or no?
Okay, Blackie.
Come on, then. We'll beat it down the end of the block, and then we can...
Where are you going?
Blackie's a cop.
Keep quiet.
Oh, is that you, Blackie Gallagher? Father Pat told me to keep an eye on you kids. Come along now.
Take your hands off. I got a right to go where I like.
Oh, no, you don't. Running away, huh?
Let me alone, you...
No nonsense now. Come on.
You dirty cop. I'll get even with you. I'll get even with all of you someday. Dirty, rotten cop.
Hey, Mamie, listen to this in the paper. January 16th, 1920 was the date set by Congress today for the beginning of national prohibition. The 18th Amendment, ratified by 36 states, will go into effect on midnight, January 15th.
Number 3 is the winning number. Place your bets, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Number 3. Isn't there a 27 on this wheel?
I guess you're just not hitting them tonight, eh, Mr. Coates?
Tonight or any night. Why don't you people get an honest wheel?
Would you mind not raising your voice?
I've dropped enough money in Blackie Gallagher's crooked joints. I'm through.
Now, listen, you shut up or I'll ram the wheel right...
Spud. Hi, Mr. Coates.
Hello, Mr. Gallagher.
I'm glad you're through with my crooked joints because I heard enough of your beef. How much you dropped tonight?
$7,500.
Bud, give Mr. Coates $7,500.
What, Blackie?
Give it to him.
Okay.
Remember one thing, Coates. You wanted to gamble. You came in here. I didn't send for you. Now beat it.
Hey, boss, somebody's waiting to see you in the office.
Okay, take over here.
Right.
Hi, honey. Kind of early, aren't you?
I just heard something. I was going to call you, but I was scared. They're going to close you up tonight, Blackie. A raid.
Yeah, that's right. 12 o'clock. 10 boys from headquarters.
You mean you knew about it?
Why, sure. They'll smash up a little furniture, and then they'll go away. Just routine stuff.
Oh, I thought I was coming in with something hot. Who tipped you? Your friend Jimmy Wade?
What makes you say that?
He's in the DA's office, isn't he?
Sure, but he don't play like that. He's one guy who's on the level.
Hey, Blackie, here's the papers on the yacht. Oh, hi, Eleanor.
Hello.
Beat it, Spud.
Yeah, sure. Boy, oh, boy, I'd like to get a ride on that.
Yeah, go on, get out.
What's all that about?
That's nothing much. I want a yacht tonight. Betting odd and even with a fellow. Little present for you. What's the matter?
You're getting better all the time, aren't you, Blackie? Some night you'll win somebody's mother in a crap game, or maybe a baby.
Come on, snap out of it. The man wanted to gamble, and I won, that's all.
Sure, that's all. That's all it means to you. Everything in life can be paid off in chips. A yacht that someone dreamed about and thought about and planned.
And built, and I won it on a bet. So what?
I think it's rotten.
What is?
Everything about this place. The way you won that boat, this ridiculous raid tonight. Blackie, get out of it. Take me out of it.
Darling, shut up.
Blackie, listen.
Shut up.
All right.
We've been all over this before.
All I want you to do is get out before it's too late, Blackie. Get away from cheap hoodlums, rackets, graft, from every rotten, vicious thing about you.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That is me. That's what you've got. That's what you fell in love with.
You're wrong. I fell in love with a very little boy who is playing with a great big box of matches. And I don't want my little boy to get burned.
Forget it. This little boy is way too smart.
The main event for the heavyweight championship of the world. Jack Dempsey versus Louis Purple. In this corner, a fighter.
Keep moving. Who's next?
Here. Got a couple of tickets for Blackie Gallagher?
Mr. Gallagher. Yes, sir.
Main event on yet?
Just coming up.
Wade, please. Jim Wade. I had a ticket reserved.
Jim.
Hey, Jim. Blackie. How are you?
Hey, this is great. Hey, tell me, what are you doing up here with all these low-class people?
Oh, say, I haven't seen a fight since the day you and I cleaned up on the O'Malley brothers.
Say, how's things coming with you? I hear you're the guy that really runs things around that district attorney's office.
Give me time.
Yeah, and there's an election next year. They going to run you for DA?
Well, some of the boys have been talking about it.
Yeah?
Hey, look, Blackie, I've been meaning to call you. Do you know anything about a West Side mug named Pants O'Riordan?
Yeah, he's bad news. Why?
Well, I got an indictment against him, and I can get a conviction, but the big boys are putting the pressure on me to go light on him, let him take a plea of third degree.
Don't you do it. You don't have to play ball with them grafters.
I know that, too. But you see...
Forget it. If I was you, I'd fight. Show them there's one guy left the money don't talk to.
Well, will you listen to Blackie Gallagher. Say, I seem to remember an old saying about practicing and preaching. Now, what was that again?
Listen, Jim, you're the real stuff, see? Me, I'm the Flash, the boy with the ready money. But you're going places.
Where?
Anywhere you want. Maybe to that great big house in Washington. It's all done up in white paint. And I'm betting on you, too.
Oh. Maybe I ought to go right home, pack my books, and wire Mr. Coolidge to move over.
Yeah, you're a cinch. You're on the level. That's what pays off in the end. So don't let them political sharpshooters shove you behind the 8-ball. Try it, and I'll personally bust you right the nose.
You never saw the day you were big enough. Which reminds me, how about watching Mr. Dempsey personally bust Mr. Firpo?
Okay, let's go.
Hey, one side, will you? You're blocking the aisle.
Hey, everybody's coming out. What happened?
The fight's over.
Over? Well, who won?
Dempsey won.
How do you know?
I bet on him, didn't I?
And with only 6 election districts still uncounted, it looks... Just a minute. Here's another bulletin. At midnight tonight, Albert Parker, candidate for district attorney, conceded defeat to James Wade. That makes...
Well, son,
Well, Father Pat?
it looks like your night, Jimmy boy. Now, if you'd like to yell or throw your head up in the air or something, I wouldn't breathe it to a soul.
Oh, I'm too weak in the knees.
Here he is, boys, the new DA.
Hiya, boys.
Congratulations, old boy.
Oh, thanks, fellas. I want to tell you I'm grateful to all of you for your help.
Well, that's all right, Jim.
Hey, boys, I want you to meet an old friend of mine, Father Pat. He saves souls up in Sing Sing. He saved mine a good many years ago. He pulled my body and my soul out of the East River. Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going home and catch up on some sleep. Good night, boys.
Good night, Jim. Sleep well. I'll see you in the morning, old boy.
Can I give you a lift, Father? I got my car right here.
Jim, can't you stay a little while longer and see Blackie? He was going to meet us here at 12.
Oh. No, I know Blackie. He's half an hour late now, and he's liable not to show up for weeks. We'll make it some other time, huh, Father?
Oh, all right. Good night, Jimmy, and good luck.
Good luck, Father. Good night.
Hello.
Who are you? Were you in the wrong car?
Now, don't be unpleasant. I couldn't wait out there on the sidewalk. Look at that mob.
Yeah. Come on, what's the name of the game? I'd like to play, too.
Simple little frame-up. I force my way into your car, muss up my clothes and scream. You have your career to protect, so you pay.
Yeah, that's a very nice game. This is your corner, lady. You get out, please.
But wait.
Outside.
Wait, I'm Eleanor.
Yeah, my favorite name, outside.
You don't understand. Blackie sent me.
Blackie? Hey, come back here. What about Blackie? Where is he?
Phew. Nothing like a district attorney to keep a girl in shape. We must have a good wrestle someday.
What about Blackie?
Well, I'm Eleanor, and Blackie sent me to meet you, Jim, and to tell you he's sorry, but would you take me, Eleanor, to the Cotton Club and wait there, and he, Blackie, would try to meet us, Eleanor and Jim, later.
Did he say what night he'd meet us?
You too? You've waited for Blackie before?
I waited for that gypsy since he was 6 years old. Where is he?
He went to collect an election bet from Manny Arnold. Blackie had 10 grand on your nose, Mr. Wade.
No.
Say, let me get a good look at you, will you? Uh-huh.
What is it?
I finally met Blackie's little white god.
Oh. Well, as soon as we get out of the car, I'll flap my wings for you.
You know, I've had a question on my mind ever since Blackie first mentioned you.
Shoot.
Why?
Why what?
Why be a freak? Why don't you give in the way the others do? Why haven't you, as Blackie says, dipped into the gravy?
Well, now, that's a long, long story.
Start now. We're going to have a long, long wait for Blackie.
Well, let's see. I was born at home because I wanted to be near Mother. And I'm not sure. Maybe ideals have ceased to exist. Maybe they're outmoded, like horse cars and oil lamps. But they're mine, and I'm stuck with them.
You'll do all right.
I hope. Well, so ends the reading of this week's success story.
Don't kid about it. It's real. Talk some more.
Afraid I'm all talked out. I gotta go home and let you get some sleep.
Oh, not yet. How about a nice, thick oyster stew?
At 5 o'clock in the morning? Are you out of your mind?
Personally, I'm on your side. But Blackie and anywhere from 1 to 20 hoodlums will be here any hour screaming for us.
Not me. I waited all I'm going to wait for Mr. Gallagher tonight. And a very pleasant wait it was, too.
I had a swell time. Thanks. Good night.
Good night.
What? No kiss?
What?
That proves one important thing to me. I've been asleep all night, and you're just something I dreamed.
You have these nightmares often?
At any rate, when Blackie talks of you now, I'll know what he means. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, hi, Lily.
Well, good morning, Mr. Gallagher.
Dropped by to say goodnight to you. Must have gone to sleep inside. Jim here?
He just left.
No. That's his coat, isn't it?
Where? Oh, I guess he forgot it.
Oh. Nice little job, huh? Maybe I'll wear it for a while till I meet him again.
Like you met us tonight at the Cotton Club.
Oh, I'm, sorry about that, honey. I couldn't get away. I was going to meet you, but,
Business, Blackie?
Yeah. What do you think of that Manny Arnold guy? He welched in that bet. $10,000, I'm supposed to trust him. I trusted him. Gave him till New Year's Eve to pay up, or else.
Manny Arnold's no person to fool around with.
I'm not fooling.
Did you threaten him?
No, I just told him. New Year's Eve, or else. That's why I couldn't make it, honey. Am I forgiven?
Of course. I had a marvelous time.
Oh, sure. I knew you would. Do you good to get out with a guy like Jim down then?
Do me good. He spoiled me. He opened doors for me, helped me in and out of the car. Imagine. He was like that all night, stayed right with me. No table hopping. And he didn't make dice out of the sugar cubes. Why, he wouldn't even kiss me goodnight.
Yeah? Sounds kind of dull.
Blackie, have you ever figured any further ahead than 15 minutes? Have you ever imagined where we might wind up?
Look, honey, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I got to beat it.
It's now or never, Blackie. It has to be now, before I let you drive tonight out of my mind.
Tonight? Say, Jim must have had a terrific effect on you.
I saw so much I haven't got and want. Security, consideration, a shelter, Blackie, someplace to get in out of the rain.
What are you talking about? There's nothing you want that I can't give you.
Blackie?
Shut up and listen. You got a big load at Jim tonight. Outside of these crazy notions, it was probably good for you, but get this. Jim's as much out of your class as he is out of mine. I used to get ideas listening to Jim, too. Ideas about being something. But I forgot them because they're not my stuff. You better forget yours, too. Night.
Goodbye, Blackie.
What is this? Now, listen, don't get silly about a lot
I'm not. I was once, but I'm all right now. Up to a minute ago, Blackie, I loved you very dearly, and all that mattered to me was you. But right this minute, I can't even remember having been in love with you.
Darling, shut up, will you?
And that won't work ever again, either. You see, Blackie, at last I've some ideas of my own. Maybe they're old and discarded, like horse cars or oil lamps, but they're mine, and I'm stuck with them. It's the very latest thing to be oh so cynical and callous about the decent things of life. Well, maybe I don't like the latest style. Maybe I want to wear last year's hat. Maybe... Oh, goodbye, Blackie.
Musical note, it will be exactly 12 o'clock. Happy New Year!
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Wade. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Are you with Blackie?
No.
Anybody important?
No, are you?
No, no one I can't break away from.
That's the way I feel, Mr. Wade.
Come on, let's go.
Folks. 2 hamburgers, 1 with onions, 1 without, and 2 beers, right?
Right.
You know this is a wonderful place to spend New Year's Eve.
Oh, I knew you'd like it. I reserved this table at the window months ago. Very popular, this table, because of its tradition. The Grand Duchess always sat here.
Right here? What do you know? Say, this is the most attractive hamburger I've ever seen.
Everything seems to please you tonight.
Yes. It's the happiest New Year's Eve I've ever had.
Eleanor, what you told me before about you and Blackie, you sure there's nothing there anymore?
It's all gone, Jim. It's dead, buried, and forgotten. Blackie's nothing but a swell guy I once knew.
Well, then,
what?
Happy New Year, Eleanor.
Happy New Year, Jim.
Paper? You want a morning paper, Ed? Yeah, leave it on the counter. Anything new?
Yeah, they got that Manny Arnold guy.
Manny Arnold, the gambler?
That's the one. Booked him off in the hotel room. Well, see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Manny Arnold.
What's the matter? You know him?
No, Jim, take him home.
Okay, boys, you getting out here?
Yeah. Put the car away, Spud.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Where's your overcoat?
Huh?
Your overcoat. Weren't you wearing a coat tonight?
Well, yeah, sure. Gee, Blackie, I must have left it up there in the room.
Manny Arnold's room?
Yeah. Gee, boss.
Boy, you're dumb. Can you identify it as yours?
I only wish they could. Boss, it's Jim Wade's coat, the one he left at Eleanor's.
Jim's coat?
Yeah.
I told you to return that coat months ago.
Yeah, boss, but I
Why
know
didn't you just leave my name and address? I'm in a sweet spot now.
Sorry, boss, I was only waiting till mine was ready.
What was ready?
My coat, I had it copied exactly by a tailor. It'll be ready tomorrow morning.
Wait a minute. You had Jim Wade's coat copied exactly by a tailor?
Yeah, why?
Go get it first thing tomorrow. Keep it in the car. Halsey, I think everything is going to be all right.
And here's the coat they found, Chief. Just like the cop said.
Let me see that coat.
Here. Not a mark on it. Doesn't give us a thing.
How about the hotel people? They know who went up to the room?
I've had the clerk go through half the pictures in the gallery. He can't pick anybody, or he doesn't want to. Same with the bellboy.
Yes, Mr. Wade?
Is Blackie Gallagher outside?
Yes, sir.
Send him in, please.
You think he knows something?
I'm going to find out.
Old friend of yours, isn't he?
Yes, why?
I just asked.
I'd like to see him alone, Snow.
Sure. Why not?
Mr. Gallagher, Mr. Wade.
Come in, Blackie.
Hi, Jim.
Hiya, fella. Well, it's been a long time, as usual.
Yeah. Now you're one of the head men of this town. Pretty soon you'll be head man in the state, and then...
Let's get that, Blackie. I didn't get you down here to listen to how good I am.
Well, what's in your mind?
Well, for one thing, I want to tell you about Eleanor.
Oh, yeah? What about her?
We're thinking of getting married.
Married?
Yeah, you know, man and wife, it's an old custom. Any reason why we shouldn't?
No, I can't think of a thing. It just surprised me, that's all. Anyway, she couldn't do better. She's a great girl. I hope you both click.
Thanks, Blackie. I knew you'd say that.
Yeah, sure. What else would I say? Well, I gotta beat it now. Keep on to my...
Will you wait just a minute, Blackie? Thanks for returning my overcoat.
Huh?
But a little roundabout, wasn't it? Police found it in room 12B at the Uptown Hotel. That's where Manny Arnold was killed.
Your coat? The police found your coat?
You never could kid me, Blackie. That's the coat I left at Eleanor's last election night. And that's the coat the murderer left behind him after killing Manny Arnold.
I wouldn't kid you, mister. Maybe the murderer left that coat, but that is not your coat.
Blackie.
Mind if I use your phone? Hello, it's Blackie Gallagher, Mr. Wade's office. Will you send a boy down to my car? It's out front. Tell him to pick up a coat in the back seat and bring it up here, will you?
What's the gag?
Well, there's no gag. Your coat will be here in 2 minutes. I've been wearing it, that's all.
Oh. Blackie, let's look at the facts. Manny Arnold owed you a lot of money. You quarreled with him election night when he wouldn't pay up. You threatened him.
Oh, sure I did. It was the only way anybody ever got any dough out of that chismet. And I got mine, so why should I want to kill him?
I don't know. Unless you didn't get yours. Blackie, I'm not interested in anything but the fact that Manny Arnold was murdered, and I've got to find the murderer.
Yeah, I know that.
You see, we're in a tough spot now, Blackie. My job means fighting you and your kind. And I'm going to win.
I never saw the day when I was big enough to lick you.
You have less chance than ever now. I've got too many guys in my gang.
Yeah?
Is this the coat you wanted? The boy just brought it up.
Thanks, sister. Well, there you are. There's the coat you've been yelling about. I was thinking of keeping it. Till you squawk. Well, can't you even say thanks?
You sure this is mine?
What's the matter? Don't you know your own coat? Try it on, see if it fits.
Okay. Sorry I bothered you.
Forget it. Well, see you around.
See you around. And, Blackie, no more meetings up here. Let's keep everything social.
Yeah.
I
get it.
From now on, a lot of guys in this town are going to get away with less and less. And it's going to be my fault. Oh, we had one or two crooked inspectors that you've got to. They're gone now. No more paid cops. No more quashed indictment. Hand-picked juries. All gone. I'm going to clean out every rotten spot I can find in this city. And Blackie, I don't want to run across you.
just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici will bring you Act 2 of Manhattan Melodrama. Now, we want to announce a very special offer we're making to the ladies in our audience. We're going to say it with music, if Mr. Silvers and his orchestra will help us. You know, there are thousands of lovely women in our audience tonight who are depending for expert beauty aid on the mild white soap screen stars use. Yes, Lux toilet soap. The soap that has active lather. Yes, active lather that cares for lovely complexions so gently and so thoroughly. Now, the makers of this fine complexion soap are offering its friends a beautiful jewelry piece that's sure to delight any feminine heart. Mr. Silvers, have you any music to help us tell about this jewelry piece? Oh, yes, thanks. That does it very nicely. Probably all of you ladies who saw Gone with the Wind noticed the cameo brooch that Scarlett O'Hara wore. Well, our jewelry piece is designed after this brooch, a lovely simulated cameo. I have it here in my hand, and I wish you could all see the beauty of its design. I'll do my best to describe it for you. There's an exquisite white head in classic profile against a gleaming ebony background. The setting is gold finished and has a delicate Grecian border design. The brooch has a safety clasp fastener, and in fact, every detail of this handsome Scarlett O'Hara brooch gives it the appearance of a fine jeweler's piece. It's expensive looking, it's smart. In this brooch, the masterly craftsmanship of today has captured for you the charm of an earlier century, so magically brought to life in Gone with the Wind. You'll be proud to wear it, and you'll probably find it looks smart with any dress in your wardrobe. And now, please listen carefully to the directions. They'll tell you how you can get your Scarlett O'Hara brooch without delay. Go to your dealers and buy 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap. Ask him for a handy order blank, or just write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin. No stamps, please. To Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Send your name and address with 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Your Scarlett O'Hara brooch will be mailed to you promptly. And here's more good news. With your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for additional matching pieces. Ring, bracelet, pendant, necklace, and earrings. All beautifully designed, all at amazing bargains. The makers of Lux Toilet Soap offer this lovely brooch because they know it's the kind every woman longs to own. And they know, too, that those who have never before tried Lux Toilet Soap will discover for themselves why this gentle, thorough beauty soap is the complexion soap 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use. Remember, buy 3 cakes of Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow. Send for your Scarlett O'Hara brooch without delay. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Manhattan Melodrama, starring William Powell as Jim Wade, Myrna Loy as Eleanor, and Don Amici as Blackie. Far and wide goes the search for the man who murdered the gambler, Manny Arnold. But months later, the crime is still listed on police records as unsolved. The newspapers have dropped the story, and other headlines have taken its place. Among them, District Attorney wed today.
Hello? No, I'm sorry. Mr. Wade hasn't come back to the office yet. Oh, I wish he would come. He's got to get dressed yet.
He's delivering his summing up to the jury. He wouldn't cut a word out of it if his mother were dying.
I suppose you mean that to be nasty, Mr. Snow. Well, I admire him for it. It's pretty rare to find anybody in this office who really works at his job.
He works all right. He had to work in the Manny Arnold case to keep from making a very embarrassing arrest.
That's not true. I'm tired of listening to your insinuations about Mr. Wade.
Oh, good morning, Miss Adams. Did you unpack my bag? Did you get the tickets for the boat?
Yes, sir.
Good. Is Blackie Gallagher here yet, Snow?
Gallagher?
Yes, he's going to the church with me. See if you can get him on the phone, will you?
Okay.
Mr. Wade, you're not really going to have Blackie Gallagher there, are you?
He's going to be my best man. Why?
Have you thought of what the papers will say? Especially now on top of the Manny Arnold case.
What about the Manny Arnold case?
Some people know you had Blackie Gallagher down here. They think he killed Manny Arnold. That you let him go just out of friendship.
What people think has never mattered to me. I do what I think is right. And I'm convinced that Blackie had nothing to do with it. Well, Snow?
I tried Gallagher. He's not in. Some fellow there said he was out of town.
Out of town?
Be back next week. Anything else?
No.
Oh, that's all.
Porter, grab that bag, will you?
Hurry, Jim.
Right with you.
Oh, you won't miss the boat, don't worry.
It was sweet of you to come down and marry us, Father Pat.
Well, why shouldn't I? I fished your Mr. Wade out of the East River once. I've got some rights.
And are you sure you haven't just tossed him back in again? Father Pat.
Yes?
About Blackie. You know I used to love Blackie.
Yes,
There's only Jim in my life now, and from now on. You believe that, don't you?
completely. What did you want to tell me about Blackie?
He loves you, Father. I've heard him say it. And of all of us, he needs you most. Help him before it's too late. Remember, you fished Blackie out of the river, too.
All set? Well, goodbye, Father.
Goodbye, Jimmy. I'm sorry Blackie wasn't here.
Telegram for James Wade. Telegram.
Here you are, boy.
Oh, yes, sir.
Darling, don't tell me it's a case.
From Blackie. Sorry to run out on you. I'd have been proud to be your best man, but I'm afraid nobody would understand but us. See you in the governor's mansion. Blackie. Crazy Blackie.
And I say again, it's a privilege and honor to rise in this convention to such a purpose. I hereby second the nomination of the next governor of our state, Jimmy Wade.
Darling, it's marvelous. Imagine, me, the governor's wife.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I've only been nominated.
I can't be bothered with details. Oh, darling.
Mind if I come in?
Oh. Hello, Snow. How did you get up here?
They haven't heard downstairs yet that you turned sour on your own assistant. But let me congratulate you, Governor.
That can wait until November.
But you're a cinch. You haven't gotten me to weaken the ticket. I thought you were going to make them run me for district attorney. Put up a fight for me.
Darling, do you mind waiting outside?
Jim.
Please?
All right.
Snow, I'm sorry to say I did put up a fight for you. And I learned a couple of things that I never knew before. All the years we worked together, I've disregarded the gossip about you. But last night, from our own people, I got the proof. You're nothing but a cheap, chiseling grafter. The party won't stand for you, and neither will I.
Have you finished your address to the jury? Because if you have, I'd like to make a few points. It's a shame you're quitting the DA's office with the Manny Arnold case unsolved.
I'm not happy about it. We just couldn't find the murderer.
You didn't even try to find him. You could have by asking in any speakeasy in New York City. Everybody knows who killed Manny Arnold. Your friend, Blackie Gallagher.
We had no case against Blackie. We made every possible effort to trace that coat.
You made a lot of weak, futile gestures, if that's what you mean. Why didn't you get an indictment against Gallagher? A lot of people want to know that.
I'm not going to discuss it with you. For reasons of my own, I was satisfied that Blackie had nothing to do with it. Now get out.
Sure, I'll get out. But I'm going out to open this case so wide that the voters will run you out of the state. You better get a new story. I don't think they like the one you've got. Maybe they'd rather believe the story that I tell. That you wouldn't hold Blackie Gallagher because you wouldn't prosecute your wife's ex-boyfriend.
Tell them that story.
Blackie, I'm glad you could come. Sit down.
I got your message. That was all I needed. What's in your mind?
It's about Jim and you and me. Someone's trying to hurt Jim by opening the Manny Arnold case again.
Manny Arnold? What for? Who?
Tell me, Blackie. Was there anything wrong in the Arnold case?
Not a thing. He had to let me go. He didn't have anything on me. But a lot of mudslinging never helped anybody.
There's plenty of that. They're saying Jim had to let you go because of you and me. It seems that with me as his wife, he has no right to be governor.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's great. Who are these guys?
It's just this one man, Snow. He has a grudge against Jim. He's waiting until just before election to spring everything.
Nice guy, this Snow. What's he look like? The name sounds kind of familiar.
He was Jim's assistant when you were up for the Manny Arnold murder.
Oh, yeah. I remember him now, sure. Maybe I'll look him up and talk to him a little.
Blackie, you'll be careful.
Why, ain't I always careful? Forget about it. How are you? Happy?
Very. And you?
Never better. Feeling great.
I'm glad.
Well, give my regards to Big Shot, will you? And I wouldn't say anything to him but what you just told me. This has got to be just between us. See?
All right, Blackie.
That's a good girl. Well, what have you done so far? Hello. Hello, I'm still on here. Harrigan? Did you check with headquarters again? We'll do it now. Let me know what happens.
Good morning, Jim. Coffee?
Oh, hello, darling. Yes, thanks.
You look tired, darling. Didn't you sleep well?
I haven't slept yet. I've been at the office until now. Plenty to do. Snow was murdered last night on 48th Street.
Snow? Murdered?
Now, what's the matter?
But he can't be. It mustn't be.
Darling, after all the man was asking for it, he had hundreds of enemies. There's no need for you to be upset.
Oh, I'm not. It's just relief, I guess.
That's for me. Hello? Yes, Wade speaking. What? When? All right, I'll be right down. They've made an arrest in the Snow murder.
Who?
Blackie.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici will bring you Act 3 of Manhattan Melodrama. And while we're waiting, let's listen in during an exciting moment in the house of Betty and Gladys Martin.
Why, Gladys, stop pushing me out of the way. Why are you in such a hurry to get the mail? You had Joe's weekly letter yesterday?
Yes, but I'm expecting something very special in the mail today.
And yes, here it is. What on earth? I'll bet it's jewelry.
It is.
It is. Will you see?
There.
Why, Gladys, it's beautiful. It's positively the most beautiful brooch I've ever seen.
Of course it is. It's a Scarlett O'Hara brooch, designed after one worn by Vivian Lee herself and Gone with the Wind.
Oh, Gladys, you're so lucky. Golly, Joe must think a lot of you to send you such a lovely present.
I'll tell you a secret, Betty. It's not from Joe. This Scarlett O'Hara brooch is a present from me to me.
Well, you're still lucky to have it. I wish I could afford to buy me presents like that.
But you can, darling. You can have a Scarlett O'Hara brooch, too, if you want it. And it'll only cost you 15 cents and wrappers from 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap.
Do I want it? Oh, Gladys, honey, tell me quick how to get one.
Of course, Betty wants one of these exquisite Scarlett O'Hara brooches for herself. And so will every woman who sees this lovely pin, which seems to have captured the charm of the Old South, so beautifully portrayed in the great production, Gone with the Wind. The classic pure white head on its ebony black background is tremendously effective. It has smartness, good taste, simplicity combined. The brooch has a lovely Grecian border design in a rich, dull gold finished setting. And there's a secure safety clasp so that you'll be able to keep your brooch and enjoy wearing it for years to come. And now, here's the way to get your Scarlett O'Hara brooch. Go to your dealer and buy 3 cakes of gentle white Lux toilet soap. Ask him for a handy order blank. Or just write your name and address on a piece of paper and send it, together with the 3 Lux toilet soap wrappers and 15 cents in coins. No stamps, please. To Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. I'll repeat that. Mail 3 Lux Toilet Soap wrappers and 15 cents in coin, together with your name and address, to Lux Toilet Soap, Box 1, New York City. Only don't delay. The supply is limited, and we want you to be sure to have your Scarlett O'Hara brooch. And with your brooch, you'll receive an illustrated order blank for matching pieces. Ring, bracelet, pendant necklace, and earrings. Each piece at an amazing bargain price. This offer is good only in the United States. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Curtain rises on the 3rd act of Manhattan Melodrama. A man has been murdered, and once again the voice of the people cries out for vengeance. The age-old demand, an eye for an eye, a life for a life. In his cell, Blackie Gallagher awaits judgment. Late one night, a visitor comes to him, a dark shadow in the dimness of the corridor.
You know you're crazy coming here like this, don't you? Suppose somebody spotted you. DA's wife and secret visit to Slayer. That'd look fine, wouldn't it?
No one will talk. I pulled some strings. Blackie, I've got to know. Did you do it? Did you kill him?
Smarter, didn't you read the papers? Gallagher enters a plea of not guilty.
You said you'd find a way to stop Snow. Blackie, tell me.
Look, you've known me a long time. Ever known me to bump a guy off?
No, but...
Well, then.
This is different.
Don't be silly. You don't have to kill rats like Snow. Somebody beat you to it. Tell me something.
What?
Do you love Jim?
More than anything in the whole world.
And if you love Jim so much and want to see him governor, keep quiet. Right now, they got no motive, no reason why Snow was knocked off. Just let it stand that way,
What about you?
Just forget about me. They haven't got a thing. If you keep your mouth shut.
You know, Blackie, for a while I was almost ashamed that I ever loved you. I'm not now. I'm proud.
That's fine. I think you're kind of okay, too.
You may continue with the summing up, Mr. Wade.
Gentlemen, there's very little more that I can say to you. There can be no doubt in the minds of 12 reasoning men that Blackie Gallagher killed Snow. The defense has pointed out Snow's shady character, has indicated his large number of personal enemies. I concur in their opinion. But Richard Snow was a man killed by another man. The law makes no distinctions. Murder cannot go unpunished. In finding Blackie Gallagher guilty of murder, we're faced with more than the avenging of one death. Either we can surrender to an epidemic of crime and violence which will destroy our homes and community, or we can serve warning to the host of other criminals and gangsters that they are through. Gentlemen, many years ago, in 1904, when the General Slocum burned, I made an effort to save Blackie Gallagher's life. Today, I demand from you his death.
Sorry, Blackie. Forget it. That was nice stuff, mister.
Throughout the state today, 3.5 million voters are crowding the polls to cast their ballots for governor. From the headquarters of James Wade comes a note of confidence expressed in the statement. The last-minute
Mr. Wade, Mr. Attorney's office wants you on the phone right away.
Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Governor. You're practically in.
What's that?
You're practically up in Albany right now. The jury just came in the Blackie Gallagher case. Guilty, first degree. Say if that don't make you governor.
All right. Thanks.
What's the matter, Chief? Bad news?
Yes. Gallagher's been convicted. First degree.
Why, Jim, that means you're over. You can't lose. Why, they'll give you a million plurality when they know you convicted your own pal. Why, they... Why... I'm sorry, Jim.
The judgment of the court is that you, Edward J. Gallagher, for the murder in the first degree of one Richard Snow, whereof you are convicted, be sentenced to the punishment of death on the 15th day of February next.
This appeal on behalf of my client, Blackie Gallagher, is made to you not only as governor of the state, but to you as Gallagher's lifelong friend. Since the Court of Appeals has upheld the verdict of the jury, his life rests in your hands alone. We ask Your Excellency to be merciful.
Nobody can be more conscious than I am of my present position here. It's troubled me more deeply than than it could anyone else. The defendant has been tried according to the laws of this state. He's been found guilty and sentenced to death. You've presented no new evidence, no cause to change the verdict of the court, except my friendship for the condemned. The application for commutation of the death sentence of Edward J. Gallagher is herewith denied.
He can't do a thing like that. That isn't fair.
Jim.
I had to deny his commutation. There was no new evidence. Nothing.
You denied it.
There was nothing else I could do. He's guilty. Jury says so. The Court of Appeals says so. I can't ignore...
Jim, please. Stop talking like the governor. Talk to me as my husband, as the man I love, about another man we both love. Jim, are you going to kill Blackie? He'll die tonight if you don't stop it. In another hour, he'll be dead.
He's guilty of murder.
He's still Blackie.
Eleanor, of all people, you've got to understand. Blackie and you and I don't enter into this. I can't commute his sentence for sentimental reasons.
I know. You need evidence. Suppose I told you why he killed Snow. Suppose I told you that he did it for you. Would that mean anything to you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I told him Snow had threatened you. I asked him to help us. What a sentimental fool Blackie was. He knew there was a law about murder, but he forgot it thinking of you.
Eleanor, do you realize what this means?
It means that if it weren't for Blackie Gallagher, you wouldn't be governor today.
It means that the state finally has a motive for the killing of Snow. There isn't a chance now.
Jim, look at me. I'm trying hard to believe you when you talk that way. I'm trying to convince myself that anyone could be so hard and cold.
I tried to stop Blackie. I warned him at the time of the Manny Arnold case. You've got to realize that my sworn duty...
You've got a sworn duty to me, too. We've got to live together happily. We can't ever again if you go through with this. We couldn't be happy. The memory of Blackie wouldn't let us.
Eleanor, we've got to forget about us. As Blackie's friend, I'd gladly go to the chair in his place. As governor, I can't stop it.
All right. But don't expect me to believe you, because you don't believe yourself. Could you put yourself in Blackie's place? Could you apply your fine and honorable rules to yourself? Punish yourself as calmly and completely as you do Blackie? I don't think you could, Jim. I know you couldn't.
I've got to do what I think is right.
When I married you, Jim, I thought you were everything I had ever wanted in a man. You still are, except for one thing. You're not human. You haven't the things inside of you that other people have. If they cut you open, they'd find laws and duties and speeches. I married a man, Jim, not a legal machine.
I'm sorry I disappointed you.
So am I. Goodbye.
Hello. Get me a car right away. And a motorcycle escort. I've got to make time.
What's the idea, mister? I thought I had on midnight.
Take it easy. You got a visitor.
Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Jim. So I'm going to have the governor to see me off, huh? Am I going to get the keys to the city?
Blackie, I had to see you. You know why?
You know, your pockets aren't bulging with reprieves. I know that much.
I came because I wanted you to understand why I couldn't do anything for you.
That's okay.
Blackie, I've had letters, hundreds of letters, from people who have suffered at the hands of racketeers. They've...
Save it. I heard you at the trial.
Blackie, somehow I can't realize you and this place.
Yeah, it might be worse. Fresh towels, running water, even a mattress. They say Two-Gun Crowley went to sleep on that mattress. Had to wake him up to go to the chair. Must be that black coffee I drank. Anyway, I'm not sleepy.
When you grin like that, It reminds me of a kid on the east side.
Cut it out, will you?
I should have stopped you. Years ago, I could have done it. But I was too busy getting to be a big shot. Too busy getting to be governor. So I could send you to the chair.
Take it easy. Take it easy. You did everything anybody could do for me. I'm just a no-good guy, that's all.
It's almost time, Blackie.
Yeah. Come on in, Father.
Jim. Oh, I'm glad you came.
Yeah. We're almost back the day when you pulled us out of the river. Now, you see, you just wasted your time. Here, you gotta go and get me back again.
We all have to be given back again sooner or later, Blackie.
Sure, that's right. So what am I beefing about, huh? Sit down, Father. You know, it's kind of like old times. Remember how we were always going to have a reunion, just us three? Well, here it is. Funny kind of reunion, but... Anyway, this is one time it wasn't late, huh?
We're ready now.
Yeah. Me too.
No, I can't do it to you, Blackie. I'll commute you.
Cut it out. You've made your decision. Now stick to it. You're right. You get that? You're right. I deserve to die. I killed Snow. It was me that got Manny Arnold, too.
No, I'm not going to let you die. I can't.
You think you'll be doing me a favor, shutting me up in this filthy trap for the rest of my life? You're going to make a great sacrifice, ruin your career. For what? So as I can rot in this hole? No, thanks. I don't want it. Jim, if I can't live the way I want, at least let me die when I want. Come on, let's get going.
Profundas clamaveat te Domine. Domine exaudi vocem mei. Meantare
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. His Excellency the Governor.
Gentlemen of the Assembly and the Senate. A joint session of your two bodies, called by the governor of the state, is a very unusual procedure. It is justified only by unusual circumstances. A few nights ago, as you all know, Edward J. Gallagher, the convicted murderer, was put to death in the electric chair at Sing Sing. It was my duty as governor of this state to refuse up to the last moment to grant him a pardon, commutation, or even a reprieve. Today, I have another duty. Before Blackie Gallagher died, I learned that he committed the murder in the unfortunate belief that he was helping me by silencing scandalous campaign gossip. That belief was given him unwittingly by my own wife. It was not her fault. The fault lies in my own ambition, which had impressed upon her so strongly the importance of my election. Then, acting in deliberate violation of the trust placed in me by the people of this state, I offered Gallagher commutation shortly before his death. He refused. In view of these shadows cast upon the highest office of the state, I can do no less than tender herewith my resignation as governor. Eleanor, why are you here?
I was waiting for you. I've come to apologize, Jim. I told you once I didn't believe you were honest with yourself. I didn't think you could apply your own rules of conduct. You just proved to me how wrong I was.
So?
And so, I wanted you to know.
Governor, you've got to come back. They've refused your resignation. They'll tear the Capitol down if you don't come back. Listen to them for yourself.
Ask them to wait. I'll be right there.
Okay.
Eleanor, will you
I'll be waiting, too, right here. Go on, darling. They want you.
The play is ended, and we congratulate William Powell, Myrna Loy, and Don Amici on 3 superb performances.
Thank you, Cecil. It's really an honor to have a part in opening the Lux Radio Theater for its 7th season. Many happy returns of the day.
And good luck for the season, Mr. DeMille, although you probably don't need it.
Well, it can't do any harm.
And incidentally, CB, I'd like to be around to see you blow out the cake with the 7 candles.
Step into my dressing room, Don, later. After my last birthday cake, 7 candles is child's play.
How many candles do you have in that last birthday cake, CB?
How's your golf, Don? What picture are you working in now?
Thank you, Myrna. Yes, Don, what did you say you were working in?
Well, I didn't say, but I guess it'd change the subject, all right. It's down Argentine way over 20th Century Fox way.
Of course, we'll all be disappointed if we discover that Bill and Myrna are not working together right now in something at MGM.
Well, not right now, Cecil, although we've just finished I Love You Again. What are you going to do here next week?
One thing before that, Bill. It's about the product that makes this theater possible. Lux soap. I just wanted to say that I think Lux is really a grand soap and that I've used it myself for a long time. I don't think it can be beaten as a complexion care. And now, what about next week's play?
Next Monday night, Myrna, we're going to present Love is News. And when I tell you the cast, you'll know why it's news. Our stars will be Bob Hope, Madeline Carroll, and Ralph Bellamy. Bob Hope is a newspaper reporter, and Madeline is a young lady with both beauty and money who hates reporters. It's a situation made to order for Bob and Madeline. And the whole play is made to order for your entertainment next Monday night.
Well, with Love is News, you ought to make the headline, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And thanks to you, a perfect opening night. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Hope, Madeline Carroll, and Ralph Bellamy in Love is News. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This year, the week of September 22nd, the American Legion will hold its annual convention in Boston. The American Legion has chosen the city where the principles of democracy were first formulated, and the Legionnaires are a strong force in maintaining those principles today. We salute them. Heard in tonight's play were Tony Hughes as Father Pat, Lou Merrill as Malone, Gain Whitman as Snow, Edward Marr as Spud, Earl Ross as Judge, Jim Bannon as Attorney, Ruth Rickaby as Miss Adams, Tommy Lane as Young Jim, Bobby Winkler as Young Blackie, Bud McAllister as a newsboy, Byron Shores as announcer, Tristram Coffin as ticket seller, and Wally Mayer, Franklin Parker, and Joseph Pope. William Powell and Myrna Loy were heard tonight through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Don Amici appears through the courtesy of the Old Gold program. The Scarlet O'Hara brooch, offered you by the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, is designed after one worn by Vivian Lee in Gone with the Wind, the Selznick International picture, produced by David O. Selznick and released by Metro Goldwyn Mayer. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents The Mel Blanc Show. Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you The Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Earl Ross, Bea Benaderet, Joe Kearns, Leora Thatcher, Zookie, and Victor Miller and his orchestra. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard Mel Blanc as the Happy Postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Hurry, leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the Fix-A-Chop, I'm the president, I'm the vice president, I'm the treasurer, I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character, Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Drop in at Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, where you're pretty sure to find things in an awful fix. Well, it seems that Mel's fiancée, Betty, has been dropping none too subtle hints about the need for efficiency in the Fix-It Shop. I wouldn't say that Uncle Rupert and Zookie are exactly moochers, but, well, they're more than just a little worried.
Zookie, we have to show that we're efficient around here or else. So you'd better try working faster.
Oh, I'm quick, all right. See, I'm like a bolt of lightning. I'm a regular dynamo. I think I blew a fuse.
Zookie, here comes Mel. Quick, get busy.
Hey, okay.
Hello, Mel. What kept you so long?
Oh, that Adams job was bigger than I expected. Her toaster wasn't the only thing Mrs. Adams broke. She broke her lawnmower and she broke her electric iron.
I hope you presented the lady with a substantial bill.
I couldn't. Mrs. Adams was broke, too.
Oh, I see.
Hey, Uncle Rupert, Betty's right. As a businessman, I'm a washout. We need a little efficiency around here. Just look at this place. It's a shambles.
Oh, I don't know. It just has a sort of a lived-in feeling.
Yeah, lived in. I'm serious. Just look at that cigar butt on the floor. Is that yours, Uncle?
No, my lad. You saw it first.
Oh, stop kidding.
Why, you are in a sour mood, nephew. Look, why don't you get yourself a ticket for the girly review at the Gaiety tomorrow night? It'll cheer you up.
Now, Uncle.
Have you seen the pictures of Fifi Devine, the star? Why, that gorgeous little lady has everything. And she carries it so well.
Uncle Rupert, you know I wouldn't waste a breath on any other girl but Betty. Why, Betty's the most wonderful girl.
Hello there, sugar boy. I'm Fifi Devine.
Oh, boy. I thought you weren't going to waste a breath.
On her, it wasn't wasted. Gosh, I feel better already.
You've got a sign outside that says you can fix anything under the sun.
I specialize in little jobs under the moon.
Look, Pop, get back to your funny papers. I'll talk to your straight man here.
Well, what can I do for you, miss?
Well, I'm the star of the Pin-Up Girl Review opening at the Gaiety Theater tomorrow night. You've been at the Gaiety, haven't you, sugar boy?
Oh, sure. I go there practically every night.
Why, Melvin.
Well, it's the only place in town you can get Hershey bars.
Oh, you're cute. Look, sugar boy, you see this little gadget? I want you to fix it for me.
Sure. It's just a little zipper.
Oh, it's not just a little zipper. There's only one like it. It was made especially for me and my harem dance.
Harem dance?
Mm-hmm. That's the one Anna didn't do for the King of Siam.
Why not? Did he have a weak heart?
You see, in my dance, the miracle zipper drops off one veil when I go like this, another one when I go like this, and another one when I go like this.
Look, Uncle, no hands.
Well, make sure you have my miracle zipper ready by tomorrow. Goodbye, sugar boy.
Well, Miss Devine, it just happens I'm going your way. Which way are you going?
Gee.
Hello, sugar boy.
Hello. Hello, Betty. Well, you see, there was something wrong with her zipper, so naturally, she thought of me. I didn't see you come in.
Obviously.
Oh, that was Fifi Devine, the glamorous dancer at the Gaiety.
Glamorous? Huh. I can't say she wears clothes very well.
Wearing clothes isn't her specialty.
Never mind. I have something more important to talk to you about, Mel.
I know, Betty. Efficiency.
Yes. I finally found a man who will tell you how to run your business, what to buy, what to sell, and how much to charge.
Gee, he must be from Washington.
Well, he's an efficiency expert, just came to town. Herbert Goodhue. Now, are you or are you not going to let me get a hold of him for you?
Well, okay, honey. When will you get in touch with him?
The day before yesterday.
Oh, the day before. Huh?
Yes, I wanted to make sure you wouldn't change your mind.
Mr. Blank, I'm Herbert Goodhue, the efficiency expert. How do you feel?
Well, I had a little cold.
Who cares?
Huh?
That's your first lesson in efficiency, Blank. I've just known you a few minutes. How could I possibly care how you feel?
But you asked me.
Always get to the point. That's the good Hugh speedy-deedy way.
Speedy-deedy?
Now, listen, Mr. Blank. I'll give you an example of what real efficiency can do for people. For instance, when Mrs. Goodhue and I converse, we use my famous peachy-speechy system.
Peachy-speechy?
Not a word wasted. For instance, if I want to compliment Mrs. Goodhue on a delicious dinner, I do not say, darling, the flounder was so delicious it simply melted in my mouth.
You don't, huh?
No, indeedy. That wouldn't be speedy-deedy. I leave out all the unimportant words and say, darling, flounder, mouth.
Well, I guess you can get away with that as long as you say darling.
What's that you're fooling with?
Oh, I have to see about Miss Fifi Zipper.
Well, what you do outside of business hours is no concern of the Goodhue Efficiency Program.
Mr. Goodhue, I don't think you understand.
I see I'll have to change your whole business approach. First of all, how do you say no to your customers?
Oh, I just open my mouth and it rolls out.
When you say no, you've got to make people realize you mean it.
Oh?
I have proof that dogs and guinea pigs, that when you shake your finger in their faces and say no, spelling it out, N-O, they react fastest.
Well, what about the dogs and guinea pigs that can't spell?
Number 2, another feature of my speedy-deedy plan.
Yeah?
Look at this mad jumble here in your shop. When I'm through, every time you turn around, you'll fall over just what you're looking for. It never fails.
Do you sell accident insurance, too?
And number 3, that's the hearty-to-party way of saying goodbye.
Gosh, I better write all these things down.
It's a goodbye with just a touch of hello in it, like this. Goodbye!
Gosh, that may sound like you're glad to see them go.
Oh, you're a lucky man, Mr. Blank. When I'm through in your fix-it shop today, you'll be master of speedy-deedy, peachy-speechy, and hearty-to-party.
Okie dokie. I mean, okay. I'll do it for Betty.
Ah, that's the old speedy-deedy.
I'll do it even if it drives me slappy-happy. You want me to fix this vase, Mrs. Otis?
Yes, if you please, Melvin. Oh, you should see my little grandchild. Poor little fellow, he's teething. My daughter just has to keep burping him all the time.
Who cares?
Huh? What was that?
Speedy-deedy, speedy-deedy.
Mel Blank, you're much too old for baby talk.
About your vase, the answer is no.
No.
N-O. No.
I don't understand you.
Funny, dogs and guinea pigs understand.
Take your finger out of my face. I think you've gone mad. Give me back my vase.
Okay, where is it? Oh!
My vase! My precious Chinese vase!
You see, another feature of the speedy-deedy plan. Oh. You can't turn around without falling over just what you're looking for. It never fails.
I'm getting out of here, but you're going to pay for that vase, and I'm going to tell everybody to stay away from this store.
Oh, Mrs. Otis, I almost forgot. Hardy the party. Goodbye! Gosh, Uncle Rupert, Mr. Goodhue's efficiency plan is ruining me. I lost 3 good customers already today.
4. Don't forget Mrs. Longnecker, my beloved Clara, the richest woman in town.
Did she walk out too?
Not before she slapped my face.
But why?
I decided to try Mr. Goodhue's peachy-speechy system to propose marriage. You know, leave out all the unimportant words.
Well?
My, was I eloquent. I suggested I come and live with her in her mansion, spend all our days together, perhaps have a few little ones.
Well, those are certainly honorable intentions.
I meant them to be, but one of the unimportant little words I left out of my proposal was marriage.
What's going to happen next? Well, I fixed Miss Fifi's zipper, but I can't find it anywhere.
What?
All this darn efficiency stuff. Oh, I'll ruin her career. She'll drag me into court. She'll sue me for every dollar I've got. I just hope Mr. Goodhue is satisfied.
Now, Melvin.
He and his speedy-deedy, peachy-speechy, hardy-to-party. He just left out the most important thing, that's all.
What's that, nephew?
Carry.
Use Colgate each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
How often it happens, you meet a man and you think he's a nice fellow, but what? Well, you hate to say it, but it's that little breath of trouble. I mean, unpleasing breath. And the chances are this chap doesn't dream that a breath of trouble is tagging him, making him unpopular, hindering him in business, spoiling his fun. Without suspecting it, you may be the victim of unpleasing breath. So be on your guard against it. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, let's drop back again at Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop, where the new efficiency plan of Speedy Deedy, Peachy Speechy, and Hearty to Party has the morale very low indeedy weedy.
Zookie, if Fifi sues Mel and he loses the shop, we'll be out on the street. Frankly, I'm worried.
Oh, yes, so am I. I'm beside myself with I'm beside myself with I'm beside myself. Hey, it's getting crowded in here.
There's only one chance. Mel is out somewhere trying to find something like that zipper right now.
Gosh, I sure hope he finds it.
Good Lord, here comes Fifi now. You talk to her, Zookie.
Me?
But don't tell her Mel lost that zipper. Don't let her pry it out of you. I'm leaving for the back door.
Oh, don't worry. I'll take care of her. I know what to tell her. I know just what I'm going to say.
Hello, sugar boy.
I'll say,
My, you're cute. Who are you?
I'm Zuki. I work for Mel.
Where is your boss? I came to pick up my zipper.
Oh, well, Mel just stepped out for him. He'll be back in a couple of hours. He'll be back in a few days. I think he got lost.
Well, we don't need him, Zookie. Fifi just wants her zipper. Now tell me where Mel left it. Come on, sugar boy.
No.
Oh, you can tell me anything. We're here all alone, aren't we?
Just you and me.
Mm-hmm.
That's nice and cozy. But I can always call for help.
We're all alone. And after all, you're a man, and I'm a woman.
Well, let's leave it that way, huh?
Oh, I'm tired of this. You tell that pin-headed boss of yours, if I don't have that zipper for my show tonight, I'll sue him for every dollar he's got.
But...
Don't you butt me. Do you know what that zipper's supposed to do for me tonight?
Oh, sure. Keep your shirt on.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry. This whole efficiency business is my fault. But I was just thinking of you.
Oh, it's not you, Betty. It's just that I'm not good enough for you.
Mel, don't you dare talk like that.
Well, I know a couple of people who can't see why you want to marry me. Your mother, and your father,
Oh, darling.
your grandmother, Uncle Emmett, Cousin Oliver.
Darling.
And then there's a couple of others. Mr. Thayer, the banker. Mr. Cooney, the traffic cop. Mr. Abernathy, the taxidermist.
Stop.
My old scoutmaster. My landlady. The 4-H Club. The American Legion. The Shriners. The UNO.
Oh, darling, you're such a fool. But I do love you.
And I love you too, Betty. I'll get out of this somehow. I'll just keep a stiff lower lip.
Mel, the expression is upper lip.
Well, can I help it if it's my lower lip that's trembling? You'll be here any minute, Uncle Rupert. I don't know what else I can do. I just can't find her zipper.
Well, nephew, don't worry. If worst comes to worst, I'll go out and get a job.
Gosh, I'd hate to see you spoil your record. Oh, my gosh, here comes Dr. Crab, the veterinarian. He would come at a time like this.
Never mind, my lad. I'll take care of that canine Kildare.
Well, thanks, Uncle. I'll go and take one last desperate look around.
Well, hello, Christopher. How's the dog doctor this morning?
Consulting veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water, please?
Christopher, do you realize you're even getting to sound like a dog?
Why, thank you, Rupert. Dog is man's best friend. In fact, I understand them.
You understand what dogs say?
Why, certainly. I have a little Pekingese. When he looks up at me with his big watery eyes and says, "Rawr, rawr, rawr," you know what that means?
He's hungry.
Oh, somebody must have told you. But dogs are wonderful. When my little Cocker Spaniel goes over to meet my Great Dane, he says, "Rawr, rawr, rawr." And then the Great Dane says, "Rawr, rawr, rawr." And then that little Cocker, Great Dane, and says,
And what does that mean?
I don't know, but they sure understand each other.
Oh, please go away.
Yeah, I must be going now. But remember, elephants need your sympathy, especially adults. They blow their nose and wait so long until they get results. Well, bye.
I know, Miss Devine.
I should be over at the theater right now, but I can't go on. What am I going to dance in, my girdle?
That ought to be snappy.
Hey, that's what I'll do. I got it.
Oh, what are you doing? Don't push all those things off the counter.
Have you gone crazy, man? Now, you stay out of this, Mr. Goodhue. Uncle Rupert, throw those nuts and bolts where they belong. Yeah, that's right. Right there in the sink. And all this goes back where it was, too. That does it.
Mel, what have you done?
Goodness, the fix-it shop's a shambles. Everything just the way it was yesterday morning. The same mess. The same mess? Are you sure, Mr. Goodhue? Exactly the same? I should know. Oh, that's great. That's wonderful.
Darling, where are you going?
To get Miss Fifi's zipper. Now that everything's in order again, I know just where it is. Here, you see? It was inside Mrs. Zabrowski's zipper. You know, Z for zither and Z for zipper.
Oh, let me have that zipper. I've got to run to the theater. And to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll bring my car around for you to fix.
Well, what's wrong with your car?
You know me, sugar boy. I stripped the gears. So on.
Something else I can do for you, Mr. Blank. Mr. Goodhue, the answer is no. No? N-O. That spells no. Goodbye, Mr. Goodhue. You know, hearty to party. Goodbye!
We'll be back in a minute for a Zookieism. What? You never heard of a Zookieism? Well, hang around.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Look, let's face the facts. A little breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, is no respecter of persons. Girl or woman, man or boy, teamster or tycoon, debutante or duchess. All are possible victims of unpleasing breath. Why, even you, though you don't suspect it, may risk your happiness, ruin your romance, even jeopardize your job because of unpleasing breath. So isn't it best to be on your guard, to watch out for that little breath of trouble? My advice is do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. Remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, Suki, we've had a lot of excitement, but I hope you learned something about efficiency.
Yes, Suki. To be efficient, you should score yourself on things like ingenuity, perseverance, industry. How would you score yourself?
Well, on ingenuity, I score on perseverance, I score on industry, I score I don't know what the score is.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at the same time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
The Mel Blanc Show was written by David Victor and Herb Little Jr. and was produced and directed by Joe Ryan. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we have pleasure in presenting You're Not the Woman I Married by Malcolm Hulk. The prison alarm bell rings. 2 convicts have escaped. So starts this tensely dramatic play. Listen in a few moments to how this getaway is linked to the emotional difficulties of middle-aged George Ramage and his recently acquired young wife in You're Not the Woman I Married. Produced for Lux Radio Theater by Michael Silver. You're Not the Woman I Married.
You all right? Yeah. What are we going to do about the rope?
Leave it. Come through here, behind these bushes.
What for?
I've got me reasons. Come on. That's what I wanted to hear. The prison alarm bell. Sweet music. Filling them all with its taste.
Evening, George.
Oh, hello, Jerry. It's Jerry Sharp, Mary.
I'm sorry to intrude on your domestic bliss, George, but there's 2 birds just run their cage.
What? 2 men broken out of the prison?
That's right. Do your garage doors lock?
Well, no. I was going to get a padlock.
Then you better take out the distributor arm of that car of yours.
Oh, yes, sure.
And tip us the wink if you see anything suspicious like.
Yeah. Oh, I don't suppose you've got time for a cup of tea, eh?
No, sorry. I've got 5 more streets to cover. I can see we're going to be all night on this lot.
Night, Jerry. Well, did you hear that, then?
I could hear Jerry Sharp 2 streets away.
Oh, he's not that bad.
He is. If he wasn't a policeman, he'd be a car park attendant or something. Anything in uniform, ordering people about.
Anyway, we better bolt this back door.
But they're probably miles away by now.
Well, you don't know. The last time someone got out a couple of years ago, he was found not more than half a mile from the prison gates. Could go and fix the car, too.
What have you got to do to it?
Take out the distributor arm.
You don't seriously think they'd bother with an old car like ours, do you?
I don't know. They'd probably prefer it to some flashy new one. Less noticeable. Anyway, it won't take us, you see.
George?
Yes? Oh, look, I won't be a moment.
Oh,
now then, breaking our best china. That's not like you.
I don't know why I dropped it.
Oh, all right, it's only a mixing bowl. I'll clear up the mess.
It just suddenly fell out of my hand.
You've been working too hard, getting ready for the night.
I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, it's all right, love. Accidents will happen.
I haven't got another mixing bowl.
Well, your brother isn't going to miss a few buns that he never knew he was going to have. Anyway, you brought enough food to last us through a siege.
Do you think I've brought in too much?
No, of course not. I expect them to eat us out of house and home. That's a sailor's prerogative, isn't it?
It's awfully good of you saying they could come and stay here.
What sort of a Victorian husband do you think I am, then? This is your home, love, as much as it's mine. Any member of your family is welcome here for as long as they want to stay. You know that, don't you?
You're a very nice Victorian husband.
Yes, well, let's not harp on my advancing years.
Oh, listen who's talking. Who had to be convinced they weren't too old at 43 to get married?
I'm a year younger since then. Now, how about getting the cooking and housework and go and get yourself ready?
Give me a kiss first.
I'll stop work any time to do that. Now, you go make yourself look beautiful, as though you don't already. Otherwise, I'll never finish painting that window tonight.
All right. I'll be as quick as I can.
Oh, it's all right. I'll go. Oh, well, I've been the ocean waves, where the lyric roots.
Hello, George.
Oh, hello, Roddy. What can I do for you?
Oh, I'm sorry to be a nuisance, but your mother's run out of bread.
There's a small white in the bin.
Oh, looks like you're in luck. Oh, let's see what we can find for you. Come on.
Have you heard about the escape?
Oh, yes, the police have been round here.
They say they'll be after civilian clothes and money, if they can lay their hands on him.
Oh, then you'd better keep your fancy suits locked up. Now, this one, do you? Small white?
Oh, I should think so. Well, actually, I think your mother only sent me around here to see what's going on.
I don't suppose she wants to know what you're doing and what you're thinking all the time, eh?
Well, if I had a mother, I wouldn't talk about her like that.
Oh, I'm not talking about her like anything.
Do you and Mary get on?
Hey, you're a funny bloke, aren't you? That's the sort of thing you never ask people.
Oh, I didn't mean no offence. I mean, she's so different from people around here. Like the smart clothes she wears and that.
Of course she's different. She's from London.
Well, what did she want to come up here for?
Roddy, are you going down the street borrowing bread and running some sort of survey into the habits of married couples?
Well, you're the only people I know this side of the town.
Well, you try finding things out about people by asking other people, like everybody else does.
Well, it seems funny, that's all. Coming to a place like this from London. Oh, I'd give anything to get to London. Well, if I could get a job down there.
I wish you luck, mate. Now, do you think you've inquired enough into our business to satisfy my mother for the evening?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get the bread to her.
I'll see you out. Hey, you better mind how you go past the Nick. You're one of those blokes looks the spitting image of you.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, go on. You get on with it.
Good night.
Night, Roddy. Well, it hasn't taken you long to get ready.
Did you find the bread all right?
Yes, I thought you were getting a new dress for tonight.
Changed my mind. Don't I look all right?
Oh, you know you always look wonderful, but Well, I thought you said you put some money by for new clothes for your brother's visit.
Money comes in useful for other things as well.
So no, love. Oh, as soon as we got this house paid off, we'll be able to get all sorts of things. You certainly do look wonderful.
Right, you're crushing my dress. I've just pressed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now then, don't sulk.
No, I'm not sulking.
I've got something for you. Do you want to see it?
What is it?
I've got it on top of this wardrobe.
Oh.
There you are. You'll probably be ever so annoyed with me for spending the money.
An electric razor.
It's the type you said you wanted.
You haven't got anything else hidden away in this house, have you?
Why'd you ask that?
Well, nothing, only... Well, it's lovely, Mary, but we can't afford that sort of thing, not yet.
But I bought it for you. I didn't steal the money. I saved it.
Yeah, but I mean, why buy it for me? So many other things that you need, that we need for the house.
I wanted to show how much I appreciate you having my brother and his friend here.
Yeah, that's costing money, too. And I don't think I begrudge a penny of it, but this is only an extra.
You just can't live, can you?
What do you mean?
It's no good trying to explain.
No, Mary, just a minute. Look, love, I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Well, you have done.
Yeah, but we've got to plan for things like that.
You're frightened of that razor, aren't you?
How do you mean, frightened?
It's something you want, but you won't take it. It was the same about going away on holiday last summer, wasn't it?
We went on holiday.
Because I talked you into it. Do you remember which of us proposed marriage?
Yeah, well, I know, but I thought it was such a cheek. A man of my age.
George, you're still scared of me because I try to live a bit. You're worried about what I might do next, aren't you?
Sometimes I think, I don't really know you.
How can you live with me a year and not know me?
Well, some of the things you say sometimes and do.
Like wearing a bikini in the back garden last summer?
Oh, I mean more important things.
What do you want to know about me that you don't know already?
Nothing. I don't want to know anything that you don't want to tell me.
If you want to know about me, before we got married, I'll tell you. But I didn't want to hurt you.
No, I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about now. That's what we agreed, isn't it? Now, look. Can't we see if they take that razor back until we can afford it?
But I wanted you to have it.
You know I'd love to have it.
Well, then keep it.
But... Well, how much did it cost?
£6.
All right.
Can we kiss and make up now?
Of course we can. Proper baby sometimes. Did you tell your brother how much older I am than you?
I said you got white hair and no teeth, and I'd take you out in a wheelchair.
There's not much in Southampton to entertain him. I hope he won't get fed up here.
Well, he'll probably want to go to London after a few days to meet his old friends.
Well, it'll be a change at any rate after being cooped up in a ship for 18 months.
Oh, did you remember the beer?
Oh, but I thought you'd got it.
No, I asked you yesterday to go to the off-license.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you've forgotten. Just a minute, I'll get my purse.
Well, I really thought you said you'd get it.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here's £1 housekeeping. You can get something out of that. They should be here any minute now. You better hurry.
All right. Well, I won't be long.
Oh, and you need this shopping bag.
Oh, thanks. I'd better get my coat. It'll be freezing outside.
You won't need that. You'll only be out a few minutes.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get pneumonia. Here, let me get at the wardrobe.
But I thought you didn't like being mollycoddled.
I don't mind mollycoddling myself.
Do you want to be an old man and wear your overcoat just for 3 minutes in the open?
I'd rather be a middle-aged man and wear my overcoat for 3 minutes. Well, aren't you going to let me get at it?
Don't need it. You only think you do.
Yeah, what have you got in there? A body or something?
I'll give you your muffler.
Oh.
There you are. That'll keep your neck warm.
Yeah, but what about the rest of me?
That's for the rest of you. Now hurry, or they'll be here.
Hey, all right.
This is a police announcement. This is a police announcement.
What's that?
Well, sounds like a loudspeaker.
Well, open the door.
Oh, okay.
Please pay attention. This is an important police announcement. 2 men have escaped from the prison. Please lock all doors and windows. Please report immediately to the police if you see any persons acting suspiciously. The 2 escaped men may still be in this neighborhood. These men may be dangerous. Please report to the police immediately if you see any persons behaving suspiciously. This is a police announcement. Please pay attention.
I don't envy those 2 blokes on the run. Probably be glad when they're back inside.
They may not think so.
Did you tell your brother you'd chosen the house next door to the local Nick?
He knows all about it.
You sure you'll be all right on your own? Wouldn't it be better if I wait till Mitch and his friend have turned up?
I'll be perfectly all right.
Well, if anyone rings the doorbell or anything, you take a good look at them through the front window before answering.
Yes, I'll do that. Don't worry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Oh, evening, George. Well, we were talking about the escaped convicts.
And a right lot these convicts are, too. You ever see anything of them?
Oh, me?
You live next door to them?
There's a 20-foot wall between my house and that place. They might be on another planet, for all I know about them.
Well, this fella, the knifer, we never knew his real name. He broke out. Must be over 40 years ago now. He vanished. Just went out of sight. Well, they hadn't got those fast cars in those days, and he certainly didn't get a lift on a horse and cart, because they had the whole place surrounded for miles in all directions. Roadblocks, everything you could think of. But there he was, gone.
Didn't they catch him?
I was coming to that. You see, he had a brother that police didn't know anything about. And this brother, he had got himself a job as a gardener to Lord Wyburn that used to own this big estate where all those houses are now.
Oh, yes. The Wyburn estate.
That's right, that's it. So there was a little cottage thrown in with this job of being a gardener. Of course, all them cottages are gone now. They were where the school is now. And this bloke, the knifer, he holds up with his brother, see? He stayed there in a back room, hiding under the bed whenever the head gardener called round on any business like. And then he moves off free as the Lord when the time suits him. Of course, by then, no one's looking for him around here.
That's the way to do it. Now then, George, what can I get you?
Well, I wanted Yes, that's what it is, you see. Nobody thought of looking right here next to the prison. They thought he must have got away in the first few hours.
He knew what he was doing. You were saying, George?
Yeah, well, a quart of light and brown, 2 bottles of stout, and a couple of tins of lager. Oh, and half a bottle of whiskey.
Right, coming off.
Of course, they got him in the end, because, you see, he did in his own brother with a knife before he went on his way.
Oh, I never heard that.
Anyway, the knifer fell out with his brother over something and used his knife on him. He was a real bad lot, he was. But he got away all right before anyone found his brother's body. And he managed to join the army. No one spotted him. He just volunteered like everyone else.
Very nice. Got any more stories like that?
I thought you might be interested.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm interested, yeah.
Well, that's your order all set up, George. Shall I put it in your bag for you?
Oh, yes, thanks. How much is that, lot?
That'll be £3, 2 and 6, please.
Thanks. There we are then. £3, 2 and 6 pence. Just right.
Thanks. Very much.
Well, that's what I'd do if I was escaping from that place. Now, there was a bloke stayed actually inside the prison for a week without being spotted. By the time he finally broke out, all the hue and cry had died down, and he was able to walk out dressed as a warder, free as the Lord. And then he still needed money for a train fare to get away, and the first house he tried to rob was the home of a policeman.
Oh, that was rotten luck for him.
Oh, you need a lot of luck trying to get away from a place like that. Or a lot of planning.
Seems to me you need a lot of both.
Yes, I should think you would. You're doing all right then, George?
I'm fine.
The wife all right?
Well, she gets away. Yes.
As I was saying, this bloke actually stayed inside the prison in a workshop, it was, for a whole week without being spotted.
Oh, yeah, well, I'd like to hear about it sometime, but I'll be going now. Good night.
Yeah, no night, George.
Good night, George.
Mary! Mary? Oh, there you are. Any sign of them yet?
Yes, they've arrived.
Oh, jolly good.
But they've gone straight up to their room.
Oh, they want to change and that.
They're both terribly tired, George. They've had no sleep for 2 days. There's been some trouble with the boilers on their ship. They're both dead tired.
Oh, well, we'll take the beer up to them. Look, I've gone and splashed out a bit of butter.
I really think we ought to let them sleep. They both looked awful when they arrived.
You mean they're staying up there till the morning?
I don't know yet. I'm sorry if it's a disappointment to you.
No, it's all right. This is Liberty.
But they were tired.
That didn't mean anything.
You are disappointed, aren't you?
No. There'll be plenty of time to get to know each other next week. Hey, what's got into you, anyway?
Nothing.
You seem so nervous since I came back.
It's nothing. It's just that I haven't seen Mitch for a long time. It seems strange him being here, that's all.
Look, they can't both be asleep yet. Yeah, why don't we go up and have a drink with them and then let them
No,
go to bed?
we really ought to let them sleep it out.
Oh, all right. Where's their bags and all that?
They've taken everything upstairs with them.
Well, we'd better get the beer sorted out. I'll take it through to the kitchen. There's a couple of tins of lager for you. Now, what's Mitch's friend like? Had you met him before?
No, he's just a chap Mitch met on the ship. They share the same cabin together. His people live in London.
Well, why didn't he go down there then?
Mitch wanted him to meet me. I think he wanted to show off.
What sort of fellow is he then?
Well, he's all right. He bought a whole bag full of toys for his kid brother.
How do you know? You open it up?
What are you asking me this question for?
Oh, nothing. Well, I just wondered what sort of fellow he was. You are in a state, huh?
No, I'm perfectly all right.
Okay. Here, how about having one of your tins of lager? Yeah, I'll get a glass for you.
It's just that we never seem to get on so well when there are other people around. I hope it won't be like that on account of Mitch.
Oh, why should it?
Because you never really trust me. You think I may say the wrong thing and shock people.
Oh, it'd take a lot to shock a couple of merchant seamen, wouldn't it, huh? There you are now. Drink this. See if it doesn't put a different complexion on things, huh?
Thank you. What if, when you get talking with Mitch about the places he's been, you start wishing you hadn't got married and settled down?
Oh, is that what's on your mind?
You've always wanted to go abroad, haven't you?
Oh, everyone wants to travel.
George, what if we both went away together?
Where to?
It doesn't matter. Somewhere when no one speaks English, so there'd only be the two of us.
Was that what Mitch's coming years done to you?
It's only made me think that we're best when we're on our own.
Look, if he's upset you in some way, I've a good man to go upstairs and ask him to go.
No, he hasn't said anything. It's just because we've got something, you and me. I don't want us to ever lose it. I don't want us to slip back to whatever we were before.
Has my mother been saying things?
No, it's got nothing to do with her, not this time. Well, in a way it is, because of Mitch being up here, it makes me remember what I used to be like. George, will you promise me that whatever happens, we won't forget what we've built up together?
Well, what could happen? We're married, aren't we? I don't know what you're worried about.
I'm just being silly, I suppose. Maybe I just wanted to tell you how much I love you.
Well, love you. You go a very complicated way about it. I only wish I knew what was really going on in your mind.
If you could see into it right now, all you'd see would be one big muddle.
All right. You drink up while I go and fetch the car. Oh, I'd almost forgotten it.
What are you going to do with this arm?
Oh, distribute your arm. I'll take it out, put it on the shelf in here somewhere. It's only a little thing. I'll show you in the morning how it works, if you like.
All right.
Now, you sit tight there, I won't be a jiffy, and stop worrying.
All right, I'll try. You'll need the torch, won't you?
Oh, yes, thanks. Puss. Where are you? Oh, now then, Puss, you freeze to death out here. Come on. Hello, what have we got here? Mary.
What is it?
There's two sets of prison convict uniforms in our dustbin.
Uniforms in our dustbin.
Men who escaped. They must have got hold of civilian clothes somehow, and they had to dump their prison gear somewhere, and they've used our dustbin.
But there's been no one round here.
Well, they wouldn't ring the front doorbell and ask permission, would they? Anyway, it means that they can't have got very far. They must be hiding just around this street somewhere.
Why around here?
Because their uniforms are here.
But they may have been there for almost an hour and a half. I mean... Well, they could have got a long way from here in that time.
Those uniforms weren't there when I went to get the beer.
How do you know?
Well, when I was leaving here, after you closed the front door, I found a banana skin someone had thrown in our garden path. I put it in the dustbin.
But it was dark. How could you see what was in there?
Well, it really doesn't matter, does it? I'd have sensed if those coals had been in there. Well, I'd take up half the dustbin. Anyway, look, you go upstairs and tell Mitch what it's all about. You'll have to wake him up if he's asleep, and stay up there till I get back. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Where are you going?
Well, I have to tell the police, of course. Or it might be quickest if I went straight to the prison itself.
But, George, it's not our business.
What do you mean, not our business?
I just don't want you to go to the police, that's all.
Well, why not?
I don't want us to get involved.
But there's two criminals escaped from prison.
You've lived next to that place all your life, but you don't know what it's like to be inside there. Locked up, treated like an animal.
And do you?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I didn't mean do you really know what it's like to be in prison. I meant that... But I don't understand you. Of course we've got to go to the police.
George, if you feel you must go, then that's all there is to it.
But why don't you want me to?
Because you're a frightened little man.
Huh?
You always wanted to run to someone or something bigger than yourself. If your father lived, you might have got it all out of your system, but he didn't. So you're always looking for something big and powerful to lean on and make decisions for you and to run to.
You never talked like this before.
I didn't have to. You seem to be getting more used to being a married man and not being frightened anymore.
Mary, you've been married before, haven't you?
What's that got to do with it? Up to 2 minutes ago, we were happy, weren't we? But as soon as anything comes in from the outside, we start to break up.
Like two prison uniforms in our front garden, for instance?
Like anything. We just don't remain a single unit anymore because you don't trust me.
But I just don't know what to make of you, Mary.
All right, then I'll tell you. I was married when I was 18, and he was very young and foolish. Now, do you want to know any more?
Only what you want to tell me.
I didn't want to tell you things that might hurt you.
You mean you loved him more than you loved me?
Young love's different, George. It's wild and crazy. It goes deep inside you.
I know. I was in love with a girl when I was 20. Only I had my mother to think about.
Well, I didn't bother to think about anyone but me.
And did he leave you?
What happened was as much my fault as it was his. I was full of big ideas, wanting expensive things and a gay time.
Yeah, I see. So you'd rather I didn't tell the police about those prison uniforms?
I thought we'd got off that.
I know you did.
What's that supposed to hint at?
Mary, that telegram you had from your brother, where is it?
Well, what do you want it
The
for?
telegram he sent you from Liverpool. You never showed it to me. It should have Liverpool written across it somewhere.
Well, I suppose it did, but what are you talking about? It was 2 days ago. I must have thrown it
The
away.
12 months we've been together, I've never seen a letter from him.
He never writes letters. Don't you think he exists or something? He's upstairs
Oh, that'll be Jerry sharp, likely. I invited him back for a cup of tea.
Oh, send him away. I want to talk to you.
Don't worry. Just because you're not the woman I married, I'm not going to be the laughing stock in the neighborhood. You'll be all right.
George!
Oh, hello, Jerry. Thought it'd be you.
Well, I've got time for that cup of tea if the offer's still good.
It's coming.
Oh, what's the matter with you, then? Camel got the hump?
No, I'm all right. Let's get this door closed. It's freezing.
Well, aren't you going to put the chain on it?
Well, hardly any dates with you in the house, is there?
I see what you mean. Well, I'd certainly teach them a lesson. I've got my hands on them, keeping us all out on a night like this.
Yeah, well, come on down to the kitchen, get warm, huh? Oh, as a matter of fact, we were just putting the kettle on. Weren't we, Mary?
Yes.
Oh, it's a rotten shame, really. All you chaps being kept out on a night like this, when for all we know, those two men may be snug as anything somewhere in the warm.
Oh, I don't know about that. They're more likely perishing of cold in someone's coal shed. Anyway, how's Mary getting on?
I'm all right, thank you.
Well, I've got to be back in an hour. There's a whole van load of extra dogs being brought in from Nottingham.
Are they supposed to know where the men are?
They're given something to smell that the prisoners have been wearing. Then we go on the leash with them. Mind you, if I get the dog that picks up the scent, he'll be off his leash the moment he starts tugging.
You really hate anyone who's on the wrong side of the law, don't you, Jerry? I mean, you wouldn't want to deprive the dogs of their bit of fun, would you?
Oh, I don't think Jerry meant anything like that, did you, Jerry?
Well, the dogs are trained not to attack a person, provided they don't offer any resistance.
I see. And the dogs decide whether the person is offering resistance or not.
The dogs are very well trained, if you're interested to know.
If you've got nothing to let the dogs smell, no clothes like...
Bedding. Use their bedding. As a matter of fact, their clothes haven't been found yet. They must have dumped them somewhere. They can't still be walking around in their prison togs.
Do you know anything about these men yet?
No, they're a couple of bad boys, all right. Donnelly and Wilson. You remember they did a bank job down in London a couple of years ago?
I don't remember it, no.
Oh, their names were all in the papers. They were both armed at the time. They beat up a night watchman, used the butts of their guns. They drew 10 years each on account of that.
So I suppose I'll be watching for them down in London tomorrow.
If we don't catch them tonight, they will. You know, that's a funny thing. Most blokes, as soon as they break out of prison, doesn't matter where they are, they head for home like a lot of flipping homing pigeons. Just shows what a balmy lot some of them are inside. They all know that as soon as a man breaks out, we're watching their relatives, no matter where they live.
What if they don't have any relatives?
Then they've got nowhere to run to, have they? I mean, no one's going to harbour an escaped convict unless there's something in it for them, or because he's a member of the family. Now, you take this Donnelly, for instance. According to the screws at the Nick, no one's ever visited him since he started serving his time there. He was supposed to have had a pretty young wife when he was carrying a gun around, but the moment he got sent to prison, she just faded out.
Here's your tea.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
Yours, George.
Thanks.
If you don't mind, I've got a few things to do upstairs.
Oh, you're leaving us?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Oh, something the matter with her?
No, there's just got a few things on her mind, I imagine.
Women, you've got to have them, but you can never understand them. Got any fags on you?
Oh, yes, sure. Got some up here. That's funny. No, I know I did have them on this shelf.
It doesn't matter. I just run out.
Yes, but I had some up here. Oh, Mary must have taken them.
I thought she'd stopped smoking.
Yes, well, she must have put them somewhere.
Or maybe there's been someone else round who'd run out.
Yeah, I suppose that could have happened, yes.
Anyway, you'll have plenty of duty-frees when your brother-in-law arrives. No sign of them yet, I suppose?
No.
Oh, they'll have stacks. I wouldn't mind a couple of packets if there's any going.
Oh, sure, I'll ask them. Yes.
You know what time they're arriving yet?
Well, Mary said something about trouble with the ship. Boilers or something. They were a bit uncertain about when they'd be free.
Oh, they'll be running out of trains as they're not here pretty soon. I hear you're getting all spruced up for them.
Oh, you mean the paintwork on the window? Well, I really ought to be getting on with that.
No, I mean, aren't you getting a couple of new suits?
Oh, well, I've been thinking about it.
Well, your missus has been thinking, if what I hear's right. The wife saw her buying them.
What? Your Jessie saw Mary buying suits for me?
Yes. Now, don't tell me you didn't know anything about it.
Oh, well, I guess she was up to something.
Well, you can't fool me, George. You didn't know anything about it, did you?
Oh, it's our first anniversary coming up next week. Well, I knew she'd been saving up for something.
Now I've gone and let the cat out of the bag. Anyway, when she shows them to you, you look surprised. That's the way to treat a woman, same as you would a child.
Yes, I know. Mary's full of surprises.
Well, I'm off. Now, don't forget about those fags when your brother-in-law turns up.
No, come with you to the front door.
Thanks for the warm-up. You see, it's going to freeze solid tonight.
Oh, yes, I expect you're right.
Good night, then, George.
Good night, Jerry. Now, remember about the cigarettes for you.
Shall I put the kettle on?
All right, Roddy. Did George say they're
Two men broke out of Chesterton prison late this afternoon. They are Michael John Donnelly, aged 28, and Brian Wilson, aged 25. Both men are serving 10-year prison sentences for an armed raid on a London bank 2 years ago. Police have set up roadblocks
it must be
on
George
the roads
in.
leading to Nottingham and Leicester, and drivers are being questioned. It is believed that the two men who escaped...
Oh, hey, Roddy.
I thought you were busy tonight.
Well, I sort of
scaled the outer wall.
What about these two men? What?
This afternoon, police headquarters issued a warning that these two men may be dangerous.
Well,
road death.
You can switch that off now, Roddy.
A minute.
Well, that's the second time tonight they've been on about those fellas. They put on pictures of them before.
Oh, what did they look like?
Well, you could see what type of men they were, all right.
Oh, those photographs the police take, they always make people look like that.
Oh, it doesn't matter who takes the photograph. You could see what type of men they were. You're just in time for a cup of tea, George.
I'll just have another.
Yeah, I suppose you have.
Well, I will have one, thanks.
Well, I'll go make it then.
I shan't be long. Mother, you've got a lot of old newspapers somewhere, haven't you?
They're in the bottom cupboard there.
Oh.
That's that Maggie Fairkettle for you. Asked me to put by your morning newspapers from when you were living here, so she could put them under her new carpet. Then she never collected them. No. You could throw that lot out now. She'll never want them now.
Yes, I will.
What are you looking for in there, then?
These were about the same time as those two men were caught.
Well, that's nothing to do with us. I know what I'd like to do with them men.
What would you do with them?
Oh, they're not fit to live, not that sort.
Well, didn't kill anybody.
I don't know what's got into you with all your new ideas on things. Or maybe I do.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I suppose you've got a right to your own ideas.
Meaning I haven't, I suppose.
I never said that.
We got the teapot in here.
It's over there, Roddy.
Oh, thanks. What have you got all these newspapers out for? Somebody doing their crosswords?
George is looking up about them men what escaped. He feels sorry for them.
I never said that, Mother.
Well, look at what it says in this one. Shorter jackets for men. Oh, that's going a bit back, isn't it?
Well, they're all 2 years old, these papers.
I can't think how you've got time reading through all them now. I thought you'd be up to your eyes with your new relatives by now. I suppose they've all arrived to make themselves at home by now, haven't they?
Oh, yes. Mary's looking after them.
Yeah, I suppose she is. Blood's thicker than mortar.
What do you think of this, then? Miss Lola DuPont, honeymooning on the Italian Riviera with film director husband Amo Kazana or something, told reporters, "I shall love this man till the day I die." She divorced him last month, didn't she?
I thought you was making the tea, Roddy.
Oh, only trying to be helpful. This isn't what you're after, isn't it? Bank raiders sentence. Hey, look, there are photographs of them. They're the same as they put on the telly earlier on tonight.
Yeah, let me see.
Hold on a minute. Donnelly's wife leaves court in tears. See picture on page 5.
Yeah, let me have that paper.
All right. Look for yourself if you want.
I can't think why you're so interested.
Just a minute, Mother.
Do you mind if I look too?
If you want to.
Oh, she looks a slip of a thing, doesn't she? Oh, very dramatic the way she's holding that handbag up to her face, isn't it?
Yeah, she wouldn't want anyone to recognize her coming out of a place like that, I wouldn't wonder.
Myra Donnelly. Oh, that's a nice name for a girl. I always think.
Sounds soft to me. It isn't English.
Well, is that what you were looking for then, George?
But also curious, that's all. Weren't you making some tea or something?
I thought you didn't want any.
He changed his mind.
All right, then, tea for three coming up. Now then, where's that teapot?
It's over there.
All right, yeah. Oh, well, off we go. Shan't be long.
Well, have you finished with them newspapers?
Yes, so I'll throw them out for you.
Oh, leave them there. Roddy will do it.
Mother, I may be going away for a bit.
I've been expecting that.
What makes you say that?
Well, I know you two wouldn't want to be stuck in a place like Chesterton forever. Not now you've got each other. I mean to say, Mary's only young, and young people want some fun. There's not for a year.
Oh, no, I meant I might be going away on my own for a bit.
Who'd look after you?
I can look after myself.
Oh. Well, I suppose it's none of my business.
Now, you see, Mary may have to go with her brother back to London for a while. Well, there may be some business they've got to clear up down there.
I see.
What do you see?
Well, naturally, that comes first with her, doesn't it? What would happen to your job while you're gone away?
I'd have to get another when I came back, wouldn't I? No, I just thought I'd warn you that I might be going. You'll be all right with Roddy here.
Where were you thinking of going, then?
Abroad, somewhere.
Well, there must be some reason why you're planning to fly off in different directions. Not that it's any of my business, of course.
Well, Mother, I wanted to talk to you about it.
Well, I'm here.
Hey, open up, I've got my hands
full. All right.
Yes. Did you hear those bloodhounds howling just then? You can hear them from the back clear as anything. Oh, it's enough to give you the creeps. Where shall I put the tray? Next to you, Mrs. Maid?
Put it down here, Roddy.
There you are. Yeah, was I interrupting you?
No, it's all right. As I was saying, Mother, I wondered if you could help me, that's all.
You should know that's my only thought, George. I've always done everything I could to help you. That's one advantage of being an only child.
Yes, I know. This person, they might not have to go away to clear up this business if things were made more worthwhile for them round here.
Who do you mean by this person? You or somebody else?
Are you sure I'm not interrupting? Well, I could take my tea up to my own room.
There's no need for you to do that, Roddy. If what's going to happen happens, everybody's going to know about it any road. Now then, George, who were you talking about?
I was referring to Mary.
And who's done anything to cross her, I'd like to know. Isn't she grateful for what you've done for her? Now, let me tell you something, George, that your father used to say, what is to be will be.
Oh. So that's how you're ready to help me, is it?
There's no one can help you if she's made up her mind to go.
I know it's none of my business, George, but are you saying that Mary's going away?
It's like as you will. And me, too.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Well, she's such a bright person around these
Mother,
parts.
here's the front door key to this house. I'll ring the bell in future.
Now, what's the meaning of that? That's your key and this is your home.
My home's where my wife is, if she'll have me.
If she'll have you, I should take the boots on the other foot.
Well, that's your way of looking at it, Mother. I'll be off now.
But if that woman's leaving you, you'll come back here, won't you?
Good night, Mother.
George!
Good night.
Well, shall I go after him?
No, he'll come back. He's got a comfortable home here. It's just a lot of funny ideas other people have put into his head. If she'll have him, I never heard such nonsense.
But, isn't it serious? If they're both talking about going away?
I expected it of her. She's got far too highfalutin ideas for people like us. Don't worry about George. He's far too steady to fly off anywhere. He'll be perfectly all right once he's got shot of her.
But what if he loves her? Maybe she still loves him.
Oh, you can't tell me a young chit of a thing like that knows anything about love. Love is something you learn about through suffering.
I really think we ought to go after him, Mrs. Ramage. Maybe you want somebody to talk to.
If he wants to talk to anybody, he's always got me. And why don't you call me Auntie like I told you?
Auntie, then.
Now, settle down and drink your tea. There's no rhyme or reason why either of you two boys should get upset by whatever that young woman is up to. Go on, sit yourself down.
All right.
And in future, you can call me Mother, if you like.
Oh, hello. What are you looking for in your dustbin this time of night?
Oh, there were some things in there.
That's what dustbins are for, isn't it?
Well, they're gone now.
Maybe the dustbin's been working overtime, eh?
Yeah. Well, maybe he has.
I saw some fellas go off in your car.
Yeah, I suppose you did. Mary and her mother had to go off somewhere.
Oh. She locked you out then?
No, I'm just going in. Good night.
Good night. You see, she has locked you out. She put the chain on the door. That's what my old woman used to do.
Well, there's a window open round the back. I'll get in there.
Shall I wait to see if you're all right?
No, don't bother. Good night.
Good night.
Aren't you going, then?
I wanted to see how you're getting.
I'm going round the back. There's a window open there.
Oh, all right, then. Good night.
Good night. Poor old devil. Oh, let's see about getting in. Oh, how did milk bottles get round here? Fine cat birds a ride make. Now the light. Nope. Oh,
hey. Oh, it's you.
What are you doing with that gun?
I might ask you what you're doing climbing through the window. Look at your trousers. They're covered in paint.
You had the chain on the front door.
Well, the way you went off, I didn't know whether you were coming back or not. Let me do something about
No,
that.
leave me alone.
All right.
I see the car's gone.
If you'd been here, I could have asked you about it.
You would have asked me.
It was their only way of getting away.
And why didn't you go with them?
Would you have liked me to have done that?
Oh, see. You mean this way people aren't going to talk? I suppose they left that gun behind, did they? Or have you had it hidden away all the time?
I don't know what you're on about.
You don't? I suppose some little bird came and took away those uniforms out of the dustbin.
They were their uniforms. They'd taken them with them.
Oh, isn't that rather dangerous? What if they're stopped and the wrong person sees those uniforms in the boot of the car? Eh?
Who's going to stop them?
Oh, I see. Of course, some time has gone by now. The roadblocks will probably already be down.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Those were the uniforms they wear on the ship. They were going to buy new ones tomorrow in town, but now they've got to use the ones they had. You made a mistake.
Oh, that's really clever, that is.
George, you're talking like a stranger. Can I tell you what happened?
Go on.
Oh, you know, that's just what your mother says. Go on when she means she doesn't want to listen. And I see when she means she doesn't see a damn thing of what you're saying.
Leave my mother out of it.
Mitch and his friend have been called back.
Oh, is that what you call it? You mean back inside the ship? So they'll need their uniforms, won't they?
Just after you walked out of here the way you did, there was a message telling them to go back to Liverpool straight away. There's something still wrong with the boilers. They'll both be back here by tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, isn't that pushing the luck just a bit too far, coming back here?
Well, if you're going to carry on like this, I suppose it is. I better tell them to stay away.
And I suppose all that's part of the plan, too. People know about those 2 suits you bought.
That's what comes of living in a town like this. They're upstairs if you want to see them. I had them in the wardrobe in the hall before you went out.
How did you have the money to buy them?
We don't. Not both of them. They're on approval to see if they fit you. And I've got enough money put by for you to have one of them.
You got it all worked out, haven't
Yes,
you?
because I'm a better manager than you or anyone else around here likes to imagine. Now, will you excuse me, please?
What do you want now?
I simply want to get to the tap to fill this hot water bottle. It's freezing in bed alone.
Oh. Yeah, but you had to live in this town, didn't you? That was vital, wasn't it?
I picked it out with a pin. It looked as good as anywhere else. I just wanted to get away from London. I've told you all this before.
Well, I'll give you one thing. You've been faithful. You've worked and planned and plotted. You've done more than most women would do to help their man.
George, have you been drinking? You know you can't take it.
I have not been drinking.
Then is there something you want to tell me that I ought to know about?
Only that you've done your job very well. And there's one other thing.
Yes?
None of it would really matter. If I didn't love you.
George, you're very sweet sometimes. Sometimes in the strangest ways. Would you mind telling me exactly what it is that does matter?
What matters? You know, you're so cool, it's a wonder that hot water bottle on your arm doesn't turn into a block of ice.
Well, it hasn't done up to now. Are you coming to bed now?
I don't know how you can ask that. After a whole year of pretense.
Then are you going to spend the night down here?
No, just leave me alone.
All right. Good night.
Mary.
Yes, George.
No, there's nothing. Leave me alone.
All right. Good night.
Mary, the gun. Oh, no, I see. I'm left with the gun. Well, let it be on her conscience. Young love's wild and crazy. So they'll do anything to help each other, even if it means breaking my heart. Now, all I have to do is pull this trigger. It's all over. Oh, heavens, Mary. I wish it hadn't had to end like this.
Going now?
This gun. Where'd you get it from? It's a water pistol.
I know. You got water all over your face. Oh, let me get a towel to you. You do the oddest things sometimes.
Where'd it come from?
One of the presents Mitch's friend bought for his little brother. When I heard someone breaking into the kitchen, I brought it downstairs just to scare them. Now then, hold still while I mop you up.
You know what I thought.
Don't tell me you thought it was a real one, or I'll be quite sure you've gone off your head. Fancy pointing at it yourself and squeezing the trigger.
Oh, no. You see, what I thought was...
Well, I'm listening.
It doesn't matter now. What did you come back for?
Oh, to give you back your cigarettes.
Oh, Tar.
I was going to have one, and I took them off the shelf. You'll probably need them if you're going to spend the night down here.
Yes, thanks. I thought you'd taken them for Mitch.
No, he had plenty. He's left a carton for you. The ones they get cheap on the ship. They're upstairs.
Oh, that was thoughtful of him.
You know, George, you're still acting like you thought the world was coming to an end.
I really thought it was. Can I kiss you?
It could be arranged. I am the woman you married, you know.
Oh, Mary, love. I think things will be different now. I sort of straightened things out with my mother tonight. I'll still go on visiting her, of course, but things will be different. And thank you for the electric razor.
Oh, you nice, funny man. Now come to bed. There's only one flight of stairs back where we started.
Yes, all right. I better bolt up this window, though. Paint's ruined anyway, climbing in. Don't want those men breaking in here, not tonight.
Oh, they've been caught. I just thought you'd have known.
When were they caught?
Sometime this evening. They were on their way back to Leicester. What's the matter now? You look like you've seen a ghost.
If anyone had planned to help them after they'd broken out of prison, those plans would have to wait now until they broke out again. Wouldn't they?
I suppose so.
When did you know about this?
Well, the police told me when they came round here.
Police were here?
Well, you know, telegrams aren't delivered this time of night, so Mitch's chief engineer telephoned from Liverpool to the local police station. They sent someone round here with a message.
And the policeman saw Mitch?
It was that young P.C. Robinson. You know what he's like, bossy like all the others. He insisted on delivering the message personally, so I had to wake up Mitch and bring him down. Now, can you tell me what's worrying you this time?
Oh, no, nothing. I just thought... it's nothing. Nothing now.
Are you quite sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. Are you going to show me those two new shirts tonight?
Is that the most interesting thing I can do for you right now?
No. Come here, love. I reckon they can wait.
tonight's presentation of You're Not the Woman I Married. You heard Hugh Russ as George, Diane Wilson as Mary, John Hayter as Sharp, and James White as Roddy. Others in the cast were Kenneth Baker, Michael Drin, and Marjorie Gordon. You're Not the Woman I Married was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Young, and Frank Lovejoy in Goodbye, My Fancy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that if you had a choice of going back into the past and reliving a part of your lives, a great many of you would pick your college days. Or perhaps rather than relive them, you'd just like to return there now, be awarded an honorary degree for your present accomplishments, and maybe rekindle an old romance. That's what our heroine does in tonight's play, which is based on the stage play Goodbye, My Fancy by Fay Kanan. As our stars of this intriguing story from the Warner Brothers Studios, we have one of Hollywood's finest actresses, Barbara Stanwyck, and co-starring in their original roles, Frank Lovejoy and Robert Young, who make it, rather difficult for Barbara to make up her mind between the old romance and the new. And for romance, a young man's fancy naturally turns to lovely girls with perfect complexions. We'd like to recommend Lux Toilet Soap for that fine beauty care. There is no better guarantee for romance than a radiant complexion. Now, Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. Among the members of the United States Congress, few are more widely respected and certainly none is more attractive than the Honorable Agatha Reed. Miss Reed has just returned to her office, lightly battle-worn, after another harrowing day in the cause of better government.
All right, Woody, what's the mail?
Another 1,000 or so letters. Make another speech like that last one, and you'll get the post office out of the red.
What's this one?
Marion Dennis, radio interview about your book.
Oh, I've been avoiding her for weeks. All right, but not before the middle of June.
What about this invitation? It's from Good Hope College.
You know I haven't time to... Why, it's from Good Hope.
Yeah, that's what I said. Then you said...
Woody, they want to give me an honorary degree.
Well, what's so special about that? You turned down Wellesley without blinking an eye.
But you don't understand. I went to Good Hope.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, take a letter.
Shall I type it on parchment?
Special delivery to Dr. James Merrill, President, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. My dear Jim, I can't tell you how... No, you'd better make that... Dear Dr. Merrill, I can't tell you how happy I was to receive your gracious invitation to return to Good Hope for an honorary degree. Good Hope has always been close to me, and nothing short of a congressional crisis will keep me away. And if I may be sentimental, it would give me great pleasure to be able to stay in my old rooms. Sincerely, Agatha Reed.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Griswold.
Is he in? Dr. Merrill in his office?
I believe he's alone, Mr. Griswold, but perhaps I...
Never mind. I'm going in. Jim, I've got to talk to you. Good. Well, sit down, won't you? Last night, I wrote a letter to Agatha Reed. As chairman of the Board of Trustees, I thought it would be nice to let her know how happy we all are that she accepted your invitation.
Well, that was very thoughtful.
Then 10 minutes after the letter was mailed, my wife told me.
Your wife told you what?
That she used to be Agatha Reed's classmate. Oh, I thought you knew. And that Agatha Reed was expelled for staying out all night. Yes, she was. We're giving an honorary degree to a woman who was once expelled from here? Now, look, Jim, we're going to call the whole thing off.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Claude. I've given the announcement to the papers. And Real Magazine is sending a man up to cover the commencement.
Real Mag? Oh, that's great. If they ever find out about her being expelled, we'll all wind up on the cover. There were a dozen women to choose from, but you've got to pick a hot potato like Agatha Reed. Why?
Well, Good Hope meted out some pretty harsh punishment to her. I think it's time we told her we were sorry. What's more, she's one of the most outstanding women in the nation. A woman who's won recognition as a columnist, war correspondent, and author.
We've got to go through with it, huh?
Yes, and stop worrying.
And it's entirely in your hands, Jim. She's your baby till after commencement.
Thank you, Claude. I find the prospect very interesting.
You may as well go on home, Woody. Our train doesn't leave until midnight. You can meet me at the station. What about my warm milk?
Room service is sending it up. Maybe I should tell them to put it in a baby bottle.
Meaning what?
Oh, this trip back to the cradle. A crowded calendar, 2 important bills coming out of committee, election 4 months away, and we're off to braid a daisy chain at some college.
Now, look, Woody, I'm going to enjoy this weekend. I'm going to be sentimental. I'm going to cry. I'm going to walk barefoot down memory lane with ivy entwined in my hair. And if you don't like it, you don't have to look.
I'll bring my dark glasses.
Do that. Oh, and leave the door unlocked for room service, will you? The door's open. Just put the milk on the table, please.
Just milk today? No butter, eggs, yummy yogurt?
Matt!
That's right, Aggie. Real Magazine's favorite photographer. And yours.
Matt!
You just said that. Usual greeting after 5 years is, well, this is a surprise.
I'm sorry you caught me off guard.
I didn't think that was possible.
I see you haven't changed.
Oh, neither have you. A little more dignified, perhaps. A little more, shall we say, refined. But just as attractive as ever.
I thought you were in Europe.
Well, I got back this afternoon. I thought I'd find out about that date we had in Paris. When you didn't show up for 5 years, I began to wonder, is it on or off?
I'm sure you didn't come here to dig all that up.
You mind telling me why you didn't show up?
Well, does it matter now?
Well, of course it matters. When a woman runs out on a man, he ought to know why. Helps him the next time.
I suppose it never occurred to you that I might have been in love with someone else.
Well, it occurred to me, but I rejected it.
Really? Why?
Well, because I've kept tabs on you, Aggie. That hasn't been hard, not with a congresswoman. Congratulations. You're doing a great job.
What about before I was a congresswoman?
Well, those were my years.
And the years before that?
Oh. Well, why haven't you done something about the guy?
Maybe I will. Now, do you mind, Matt? I'm in the midst of packing. I want you to leave.
Say, did you ever get those pictures I sent you from China?
Yes, I did.
Did you like the one of yourself? The one on the Orient Express nearing Paris.
No, I didn't like it.
Why not?
Well, the one time you don't expect to be photographed is asleep in a train compartment. Besides, the occasion wasn't exactly the kind of thing I wanted recorded for posterity.
That's funny. I thought it had the makings of one of the big moments of history. Come to think of it, you did, too.
Oh, Matt, please. It was fun, but war has a way of making little moments seem big at the time.
Well, that's very penetrating. May I quote you sometime?
Well, I'm sorry if I said it badly, but it's true. We were a nice snapshot, but never a family portrait.
Oh, I get it. It's subtle, but I get it.
You've got to go now. I have to catch the New Yorker at midnight.
The New Yorker?
Yes, and I haven't even started to...
The New Yorker. Here I've been holding you up with idle chit-chat, and all the time we're going to be traveling companions.
You're going to be on that train?
Happy coincidence, just like the good old Orient Express.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I know what trains do to some people. So long, Aggie. I'll see you on the New Yorker.
Western Union, please. This is Agatha Reed. I want to send a straight wire to Dr. James Merrill, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. Have you got that? Please don't have anyone meet train. Have decided to come by plane. Sign it Agatha Reed. Thank you. Yes?
Room service, Miss Reed.
Come in.
Your warm milk, Miss Reed.
I've changed my mind. Just bring me a double brandy.
So this is it, huh? Dear old school days.
Oh, Woody, just look. Oh, this wonderful, wonderful dormitory. My old rooms, the same furniture, the same pictures, everything just the way it was. Looks fierce, doesn't it? Do you know what those girls told me? They moved all these things up from the basement just for me. Oh, I haven't cried in years. It feels wonderful.
Look, if you're such a big shot, how come nobody bothered to meet you?
Because I purposely stopped the taxi 2 blocks away. That was Memory Lane we walked through.
That alfalfa field is Memory Lane?
I'm sorry for you, Woody, if you don't have something like this to remember. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Reed.
Oh, I'm the one who should be sorry, dear, putting you out of your rooms like this.
Oh, no. Mary Nell and I think it's the greatest honor we've ever known. It's this, Miss Reed, your book, Women in the Vanguard.
If you'll pardon me, Agatha, I'll run out and tear down some ivy for my hair. A wreath, you know.
Oh, Woody, really. And now, what about the book?
Well, Dr. Pitt said we all ought to read it.
Your political science teacher?
No, physics. In his classes, you learn about everything.
Well, it sounds as if I'd like to know him.
I was wondering if you'd autograph it for me.
I'd love to. Now, what name do I write?
Virginia. Would you make it Ginny? Ginny Merrill.
Ginny Merrill. Will your parents be here for commencement?
There's just my father. Mother died 4 years ago.
Oh. Does your father have to come very far?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, he's...
You're Jim Merrill's daughter, aren't you?
Why, yes.
Oh, I might have known. I knew your father very well. He was my favorite professor.
What was he like, Miss Reed?
Oh, he was very handsome. All the girls were in love with him.
They still are. But that's not what I meant. Was he a good teacher?
He was a wonderful teacher.
I wish he were still a teacher.
Oh? Is being president of a college so bad?
It's different.
Different?
I'd better be going, Miss Reed. Is it all right if I tell my father you're here? I'm sure he must be anxious to see you.
Perhaps I'd better walk over to his office.
Oh, no. He'll want to call on you. And thanks again, Miss Reed. Oh, excuse me.
That's all right. We just had a phone call, Real Magazine. They're covering your weekend here.
Oh, how nice.
Oh, it's better than that. They're sending Matt Cole.
Who did you say?
Matt Cole, the war photographer.
You're joking. Why should they send him here? This isn't his type of thing at all.
Yeah, but why the blood pressure?
Get Real Magazine on the phone immediately. I'll put a stop to this right now.
Why bother?
I want to bother, and don't argue.
Okay. Hello, get me New York. Yeah, Real Magazine.
I want to speak to Bronson personally.
Make that person to Mr. Bronson, will you? That's right. He owns the magazine. Is this a matter of life and death?
I asked you not to argue. Just get Bronson on the phone.
I can't. The circuits are busy.
Give me the phone. Hello? This is Agatha Reed. On that call to Real Magazine, it's most important.
This is a crisis?
I'd appreciate it if you do everything you possibly can. Come in. Jim.
Agatha, it's been a long time.
20 years.
I'm taking advantage of my position. The entire college is waiting to meet you.
I'm overcome. I mean it, Jim.
My daughter mentioned your secretary was with you.
Woody's downstairs with the telephone operator. There's an important call I'm trying to put through.
Oh, I'm glad we're alone. You're looking very well, Agatha.
Thank you, Jim.
I suppose you realize you're in for quite a weekend.
Yes, I've seen the agenda.
We start in an hour with your official reception. I can turn my back if you'd like to escape.
I wouldn't think of it. Vanity, I guess. I suppose everyone dreams of coming back for an honorary degree. It's a popular ambition, like wanting a mink coat.
Or to be president.
Yes. How does it feel?
Well, it's never dull. The faces change so often. And with so much youth around, you actually get the feeling you're preserving your own.
Well, your daughter should keep you young. She's a lovely child. No, that's wrong. She's not a child. What are we at that age, Jim? That wonderful, terrible in-between time. You've seen so many of us.
Yeah, well, tell me about yourself, Agatha. Have you been happy?
Well, I've been busy.
Yes, I followed your career very closely.
In that case, I won't have to bring you up to date on the past 20 years.
No, only the first year. I've never quite caught up with that first year. Perhaps it's my vanity. But all these years, I've wondered what happened. Why you just disappeared.
Oh, it was very stupid of me to get caught climbing in my window at 5 a.m. I hope the girls are more expert now.
I wouldn't know. I'm not up on the statistics.
Listen, Jim, it would have made no difference to the trustees that you were the man and that we were planning to be married. I would have been kicked out anyway, only you would have been kicked out with me.
I thought we decided to take that chance.
I couldn't let you do it. They were already eyeing you for the presidency.
Well, where did you go? My letters came back. When I phoned your home, they said they didn't know where you were.
Yes, I made them promise. Once I weakened and started to write you a letter, but I never did finish it. And then later on, I read about your marriage.
Yes. Did Ginny tell you anything about her mother?
No.
She was a wonderful woman. We had a lot of things in common. That helped to balance the things we didn't have. She died 4 years ago.
Why did you feel that you had to tell me that?
I don't know exactly, I suppose.
What are you trying to say, Jim?
You came up here this weekend. Why?
Well, don't you remember? You invited me.
I carried that invitation around for 2 years before I sent it.
Well, that was silly, Jim. I answered it as soon as I got it.
Bronson's in Chicago. I just told... Oh, sorry if I interrupted.
That's quite all right. I was just leaving.
Dr. Merrill, my secretary and right on, Miss Wood.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Reed, did I tell you it's wonderful to have you back?
Yes, you did, Dr. Merrill. But it's good to hear it again.
I'll see you at the reception. There'll be a committee calling for you at 4 o'clock. Oh, it's nice to have you here, too, Miss Wood.
Thank you. Rexy's nice looking, isn't he?
Yes, isn't he?
Looked mighty cozy just now, talking over old history exams.
Do you know what's wrong with you? You're so used to having your thumb in every Washington pie that you can't...
stop filibustering.
All right, Woody, it's so.
What so?
Just what you're thinking.
Oh.
He's the first man I ever loved.
He's what?
Maybe the only one. The truth is, I'd marry him tomorrow if he asked me.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
What's the matter? Are you against marriage, too?
Well, of course not, but you're smack in the middle of an election campaign and 100 other things. Your life's too busy.
Oh, there's quite a difference between a busy life and a full one. I thought you'd be happy for me.
Well, what do you expect? I don't even know the guy.
Well, I know him. Oh, this isn't just a whim, Woody. This is something I've waited for and thought about for 20 years. Maybe the most important thing in my whole life. That's why I don't want anything to spoil it. That's why I don't want... What about the phone call?
Phone call?
Mr. Bronson, Real Magazine.
Oh, that. They're expecting him back at his hotel.
Anything I can do?
Oh, all right, Matt. Come on in. What do you think you're doing here?
My job. I'm a photographer.
You don't expect me to believe they picked you for an assignment like this, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I asked for it. I had a great idea for a layout. The Honorable Agatha Reed and how she grew.
Don't try anything. I'm warning you, Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
This is my secretary, Miss Wood.
Hi.
Oh, it's a real pleasure. Would you mind directing me to the president's office?
Why?
I'm supposed to check in with the old codger.
Well, you'll probably find the old codger in the administration building.
Now, where might that be?
Woody?
Let's go, Mr. Cole.
Thanks, Woody. I wouldn't want him to get lost.
Well, if I do, I'll send up a flare.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Bronson. We've been trying all over to find you. I mean, well...
Well, say something.
We just wanted to tell you we decided to renew our subscription. You can tell me something, Mr. Cole. Why was the Honorable so upset about you coming up here?
She thinks I'm in the employ of a foreign government.
Oh, come on, Gib. You're about as innocent as a rattlesnake.
All right. I'm here because I think she's on the verge of making a big mistake.
What kind of a mistake?
For a man, there's only one kind of mistake a woman can make. Another man.
Why should that bother you?
That shouldn't be hard for a smart girl like you to figure out.
Oh, no. Now I know who you are. You're up here to make trouble. That's who you are. But no fisticuffs when we get there. This is supposed to be a happy weekend.
When we get there? Wait a minute. Don't tell me he's the president of this seminary.
I thought you knew.
No, thanks for telling me.
You tricked me. Wild horses wouldn't have dragged that out of me.
Forget it. What am I worried about? If I can't take her away from some old Mr. Chips, I'll quit the business.
Ha!
What does that mean?
Get out that flare, Mr. Cole. You're going to need it.
Act 2 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole, and Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill. The faculty reception in honor of Agatha Reed is in full progress. Among those present are Matt Cole and a professor of physics named Dr. Pitt.
You care for a cup of punch, Mr. Cole?
Oh, thank you. You have to go through this every year, Dr. Pitt.
Occupational hazard. But I'm rather enjoying it.
You mean it can be worse than this?
It's just that this is my last faculty reception. Good Hope and I'll soon be going our separate ways. I haven't been exactly happy under the present management.
With Dr. Merrill?
Oh, no. Claude Griswold, our illustrious chairman of the board.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Mr. Cole, let's drink to Saturday morning.
What's with Saturday morning?
Oh, that's when I'll be asked to resign. I shall take my departure in a blaze of futile glory.
You're going to blow up the physics building?
Not exactly. But there will be an explosion of a kind.
What kind, Dr. Pitt?
That's my little secret, Mr. Cole. Oh, this punch, it's not very stimulating, is it?
Oh, you're wrong, Dr. Pitt. I feel a noticeable lift. As a matter of fact,
Is there something wrong, Mr. Cole?
Seems our guest of honor has disappeared.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Miss Reed and Dr. Merrill walk out there to the terrace just a moment ago.
Well, that should make a charming picture for the magazine. Excuse me, Dr. Pitt.
I suppose I had no right to take you out here, Agatha. But there won't be many opportunities to be alone. And there's so much I want to say.
We had the same problem 20 years ago, Jim. Until we discovered the amphitheater. Remember?
I was just about to suggest it. The usual time, the reception will be over by then.
The usual time. And thank you for remembering.
How could I ever? Oh, Mr. Cole.
I'm sorry if I startled you, Doctor, but the layout wouldn't be complete without a picture of the president and his #1 graduate.
Might have been a better picture if you'd given us a little warning.
Mr. Cole specializes in catching people off guard.
Oh, there you are, Jim. Now, look, I've been working on Jeff Barnes. He's just about ready to fork over for the new library.
I'll talk to him in the morning, Claude.
Take my word for it and do it now.
But we were just...
I'll be all right, Jim. Mr. Griswold, your wife was telling me that you just gave the college a projection room and motion picture equipment.
I don't mind saying it cost me a young fortune.
Claude's one of the best friends this college ever had.
I'm honored, Mr. Griswold. You see, Miss Shackelford was saying that my film will be the first to be shown.
Your film?
Oh, just something I assembled a couple of years ago to illustrate a lecture. Miss Shackelford thought it might interest some of the students.
Sounds fine, Miss Reed. Fine. Well, Jim?
Yes, of course. We mustn't let Mr. Barnes cool off.
Oh. Heavy odor of orange blossoms in the air.
You haven't wasted a minute, have you, Matt?
Merrill must be quite a guy to keep a woman like you on the hook for 20 years.
Yes, he is. Quite a guy.
Or else you must be getting tired.
Now, what does that mean?
Oh, This overwhelming desire to return to the past, girlhood memories, old rooms in the dormitory, old furniture, old sweethearts, old hats.
You've been on war fronts for so long that a decent atmosphere is bound to seem a little incongruous.
Who are you kidding, Aggie? Take a good look around. Talk to some of the students. Talk to some of the professors. This is a lost world up here, and Merrill is the perfect president for it.
That penetrating analysis of Jim Merrill is based on one, how do you do?
Is it? You used to be a pretty good reporter, Aggie. You talked to some of the teachers. Dr. Pitt, for example. You might get an earful.
The old amphitheater, Agatha. Looks just the same, doesn't it?
Just the same.
I was late, wasn't I?
Oh, a little.
On my way, Dr. Pitt stopped me. He said you had quite a talk with him.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I was meddling. I had no right to.
In this case, you had every right.
What did you tell him? Is he going to resign?
No, I asked him to remain here. That's what you expected, isn't it?
Well, that's what I hoped for, but what about Mr. Griswold?
Well, I imagine there'll be some tearing of hair. But I'm sure I can manage the situation so that both sides appear to win.
Oh, Jim.
Remember the last time we were here? We were very young, very much in love.
And you proposed to me.
Agatha, if I were to ask you again, is there any chance your answer might be the same?
Oh, always on second proposal.
This time you won't run away?
No.
Well, then I can tear this up. It's the note you left for me.
You kept it.
I've never quite forgiven myself for introducing you to the beauties of Walt Whitman. Goodbye, my fancy. Farewell, dear mate. Dear love.
The note. May I have it? Thank you. Hello, my fancy.
Agatha.
Aggie?
What is the name?
Oh, it's you.
That's the answer I always get.
Well, I'll stick it out for a couple of hours longer. If she doesn't show up by morning, I'll leave.
Got it bad, haven't you? Look, I'm not being nosy. I think Aggie's making a mistake, too. I don't just work for this woman. I like her. I care what happens to her.
So do I.
What was it with you and Aggie, anyway?
Well, I hadn't seen her since the day Paris was liberated. And before that, not for months. I knew I was going to ask her to marry me. I think she did, too. We made a date for that night. I rustled up 8 red roses, a bottle of champagne, and a ring. I tore the petals off the roses and sprinkled them in the doorway. I put the ring at the bottom of the glass. She'd drink the champagne, see the ring, and catch on that I was proposing. Nice idea, wasn't it?
Yes, very.
Only Aggie never showed up.
Too bad.
Well, the evening wasn't entirely wasted. I learned something that's been invaluable to me ever since. You know it only takes 3 hours for roses to turn brown around the edges?
I'm sorry, Cole.
What are you sorry about? Now that I've seen her dream boat in action, I'm not worried. He's a memory, something she pressed in a book through the years like an old rose.
You're expecting an awful lot of her in one short weekend.
That's why I'm going to give her a little help. Right before your very eyes, I'll turn that memory into a man.
Very clever, if it works.
Oh, it'll work. Oh, you leaving?
Wouldn't you rather? I hear the approach of familiar footsteps.
Well, good evening. I was just about to put a light in the window.
I'm glad you didn't bother. I know exactly where I'm going. Good night, Matt.
Aggie. Aggie, I want to talk to
Oh,
you.
yes, of course, about Dr. Pitt. You'll be very unhappy to hear that any difference of opinion is now a thing of the past. Dr. Pitt will remain here.
Oh, well, that's one thing in the Prexy's favor. He doesn't want to lose you. I don't blame him.
He's not going to lose me.
And it's all set?
All set.
Well, congratulations.
You just can't take it, can you, Matt? That he could be more exciting, more desirable than you.
Well, that's right. I'm as vain as the next guy. Since you've gone in for collecting memories, here's another one. I'm sorry if I smeared your lipstick. Good night, Aggie.
Why, it's Mr. Cole. Do come in, Mr. Cole.
Good morning, Miss Shackelford.
Busy taking pictures, I suppose?
Well, that's what I wanted to see you about. I just want to be sure I'm at the right place at the right time. Now, let me see. Tomorrow is Saturday.
Oh, but tonight's the prom and the step sing at Grizzled Hall.
Step sing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. They sing on the steps. Tomorrow morning, I believe Dr. Pitt mentioned something for 11 o'clock.
Oh, yes, the film showing. Miss Reed's film.
No. I don't mean that. Isn't there something else on tap?
Why, no, nothing.
Well, there must be.
Mr. Cole, there will be nothing at 11 o'clock tomorrow but Miss Reed's motion picture.
Anybody seen it yet?
No, I don't think so. Oh, yes, Dr. Pitt. It was at his suggestion that I sent for it.
Dr. Pitt? Oh, fine. Miss Shackelford, where can I find Mr. Griswold?
Mr. Griswold? Yeah. Well, now, I'd be glad to show you, Mr. Cole. Now, you just come with me.
I would have stopped by sooner, Agatha, but something came up. I just wanted to remind you about the prom tonight.
Jim, are you sure that's all?
No, I just couldn't wait that long to see you.
Did Griswold reach you, Jim? He phoned here some time ago.
I've just come from his house.
He asked about that film of mine. He seemed a little concerned.
Well, yes, a little. I'm terribly sorry, darling, but I forgot to ask you anything about the picture.
Do you think I would have brought anything unsuitable here?
Agatha, of course not.
Jim, I spent 5 years in Europe. I saw what happened in those countries where freedom was destroyed. That's what the film is about. Actual newsreel shots of some of the dreadful things that have happened in our time. How they burned the books, how they hanged the teachers by their feet because they dared to teach the truth. You think I want to see that happen here?
I'm not questioning it at all. It's just that these are touchy times, so Claude feels we ought to have a look at it. It's a shame Mr. Cole had to bring it up.
Cole?
Well, yes. Claude said that Cole had stopped by to take a picture. He happened to mention the film to Claude.
What did he say about it?
He praised it very highly. But when he said that Dr. Pitt had liked it, too, well, Claude got a little worried.
Oh, that's funny. It's really funny.
Darling, believe me, we'll straighten it out. I don't need to see the picture. I know it's all right. Besides, there's something the matter with my eyes.
Oh?
I can't seem to see anything but you. About the prom. Wait for me here, dear. I'll pick you up.
Yes, Jim, of course.
It's Ginny, Miss Reed. May I come in?
Ginny? Of course, yes. What are you trying to tell me, Ginny?
Well, some people think the president of a college has the right to make decisions on things. But he doesn't. He has to check everything with the trustees. Whatever he may feel himself just doesn't matter.
You mean they may not run the film?
My father's done wonderful things for the school. 7 new buildings in 10 years. Isn't that something to be proud of? I'm so proud.
It's all right, Ginny. It's all right.
Oh, I'm so ashamed. My father's a coward, Miss Reed. He's so afraid of losing his job, he's lost everything he ever believed in.
How do you know he isn't fighting them on this?
Because he's forgotten how to fight. Oh, Miss Reed, you just don't understand.
I want to tell you something, Ginny. Something I'm sure you don't know. I was expelled from this college.
You were... what?
Expelled because I stayed out all night with a man. We were very much in love and planning to be married, but I ran away so I wouldn't hurt his chances of becoming president. He had strength and integrity and courage. He still has. So let's not turn away from him now, just when he needs us the most.
Miss Reed. Oh, I should have known. Whenever he talked about you, he was different. And I never really gave him up. I just needed someone else to believe in him, too.
Now you'd better get dressed for the prom.
Oh, thank you, Miss Reed. Thank you.
Agatha, you look beautiful.
Thank you. And what's more, I'm all ready. Surprised?
Your arm, Miss Reed.
Oh, Jim, imagine going to a prom again.
Claude and Ellen stopped by. They thought we might as well make it a foursome.
Of course.
They're downstairs.
Oh, just like old times, isn't it, Anne?
Hello, Ellie. Good evening, Mr. Griswold.
Now, that's what I call a charming couple. Ellie, you didn't forget my pills. My stomach's murdering me.
I knew it. If you hadn't got so upset at the movie, you wouldn't have had to call that meeting. Oh?
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Griswold. It sounds like it's all my fault.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Ag. It's just that we were late for dinner and Claude just gulped.
How did you like the movie, Mr. Griswold?
Well, it's no Abbott and Costello.
They're Claude's favorites.
Agatha, Claude realizes what you tried to accomplish with the film, and
Sure I do. But why show college kids this kind of stuff? Time enough to start worrying when they're out of college.
That's a very interesting theory of education, Mr. Griswold. Is it yours?
I leave theories to experts here like Jim. All I care about, frankly, is protecting the minds of the young people here.
You're not protecting them, Mr. Griswold. You're destroying them. A college is where the future of the world begins, and professors aren't intellectual babysitters. It's their job to bring some light into this muddled world, but you've put a stop to that. The result is the girls who graduate tomorrow aren't prepared for the world they'll have to face. Yet you're content to hand it to them and say, fight for it, die for it, but don't attempt to understand it.
Miss Reed, I think we know what's best for our school.
Claude, please, let me handle this.
There's no handling to it, Jim. And we might as well tell her now. Miss Reed, we've canceled the showing of the film.
I see. And Dr. Merrill, did he agree?
On vital issues, the president and the trustees always agree. Now, suppose we get over to the prom.
Claude, you and Ellen go ahead. I'd like to speak to Miss Reed alone.
Don't be too long. It wouldn't look well if you were late.
Oh, dear.
Forget it, Ellie. Now she knows just how we feel. When Jim turns on the old charm...
excuse me, have you seen Miss Reed?
The man from the magazine, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Miss Reed's inside, but I don't think you'd better disturb her right now. Come along, Ellie.
Thank you. I'll just wait for her here.
I know how you must feel, Agatha, but you must give me a chance to explain.
Jim, did you see the film?
Yes?
Well, do you think it's wrong for your students to see it? Be honest with me.
No.
And you didn't stand up and say that?
Agatha, I'm just asking you to try to see my position. There are times when I have to bow to...
To Claude Griswold?
You're exaggerating Claude's importance in this whole affair.
Am I? When he and not you seems to be the real judge of what should be taught at this college?
He's a businessman. He gives money, and he wants his say. It's as simple as that. Why do you look so shocked?
I'm not shocked. Just frightened. That you can stand here and say that and accept it.
Good heavens, Agatha. I have to run this school. That means getting buildings, endowments. It's part of the job. Suppose I fought Griswold on this to a showdown. It would be an heroic gesture, and I'd be out of here tomorrow.
Would you? You used to love a fight like that.
Well, things are quite different now. I have Ginny to think about.
Oh, there's no need to lie to me. I've talked to Ginny. And if you're not careful, you're going to lose her. I don't know how important that is to you, but I suspect it's very important.
What have you been telling her?
Oh, dreadful things. That you have courage, integrity. And I didn't just say it, Jim. I believed it. Stand up to Griswold. Not for me, not even for Ginny, but for yourself. All right, Jim. I know when I'm beaten. I'm going to offer you a deal, a business deal. That's more in your line.
What are you talking about?
A few minutes ago, I assured your daughter that you'd run that film tomorrow. So I'm afraid you're going to do it with or without Mr. Griswold's consent.
Is this your idea of a joke?
No. And in exchange for that small service, I'll give you my personal guarantee that the article in Real Magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to my expulsion from the seat of higher learning.
I can't believe you...
Why not? You see, Jim, I'm willing to take a chance on you. I know now that you're afraid. And with a man who's afraid, it's just a question of the lesser of two evils. Whether you risk being removed from here by running the film or whether you accept the certainty of being removed after this story breaks.
You'd really do a thing like that?
Yeah. You learn all kinds of cute tricks in my work. The most important one being never to play fair unless you respect the men you're dealing with.
I'd never believed this could happen. Not after last night.
Last night was 20 years ago. Listen, they're playing the alma mater. Very appropriate, isn't it? Come along, Jim. We'll be late for the prom.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. It's the following morning, and the Motion Picture Theater at Good Hope College is rapidly filling with students and faculty. In front of the theater, Matt Cole has just walked over to the student advisor, Miss Shackelford.
My, but you look just radiant this morning, Miss Shackelford.
Why, Mr. Cole.
So you're showing the movie, huh? Sort of a flexible program you run up here, isn't it?
Oh, it's completely beyond me. Last night, Dr. Merrill tells me to cancel the film, and this morning he says to go ahead.
Dr. Merrill ordered the film shown?
Well, it's not my responsibility. Oh, I'll certainly be glad when this weekend is over. Hi.
Oh, hi. All alone, Woody? Isn't the Honorable going to show up? The film's about to begin.
Now, listen out of focus. Merrill came through, didn't he? They're running her picture, aren't they? You know what that does to your chances.
Oh, well.
What are you so happy about?
I'm not happy. I'm sad. But you got to be philosophical about it. You take the bad with the good. You're up, you're down.
You're punch drunk. You coming in?
No, I've seen the picture. I think I'll take one last happy look at Good Hope. Might run into an old friend. You know, a man can wear himself out walking around this campus looking for someone.
What are you doing here, Matt?
What are you doing here, Agatha?
I happen to like the amphitheater.
They're showing your film.
I know.
Aren't you glad?
Yes, of course.
Well, it seems I was wrong about Merrill.
Oh, fine, but there's no need to
eat crow. Oh, I don't mind. I don't have any pride where you're concerned, Aggie. You ought to know that.
We've been all through this, Matt.
You've got nothing to say to me, huh?
It's all been said.
Yeah, but I'm stupid. I've got to have it spelled out. He's a great guy. He's everything you ever hoped for, dreamed about all these years, and you're going to marry him. Is that it?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, I'll go down and congratulate Dr. Merrill.
Matt!
You couldn't face that, could you? Because you know it's a lie. You threw away 6 years that we could have had together. 6 wonderful, beautiful years, all because of a lie, and you haven't got honesty enough to admit it. To me or to yourself. You've got to hang on to your precious ego. Well, you can have it, sister. I'm a big boy now. I got bigger and better things to do. And don't worry, I'll stay away from Merrill.
Agatha?
Come in, Jim.
You're not packing.
That's right, Jim. I'm leaving. My commencement speech is there in the wastebasket. If I had to stand up here this afternoon and say it, I'd choke on every word.
Don't you realize?
You can say I was taken ill, that I was called back to Washington, anything.
Just like 20 years ago, isn't it? Running away again.
Jim, I was wrong last night, expecting you to be the same man I remembered. And I was wrong to think I could help you win back your daughter. I can't blackmail you for the rest of your life. It's better that she know the truth now while she's young.
Would you tell Jenny that? That I ordered your film shown because if I didn't, you were going
Yes, if I had to. Yes, I'd tell her. Who is it?
It's Jenny, Miss Reed.
Come in, Jenny.
I went to your office, Father. They told me you'd come here. We just saw your picture, Miss Reed. It was wonderful. Oh, I wish you'd been there, Father. I'm sure none of us will ever forget it. It was the best graduation present you could have given the senior class. And me. I just wanted to thank you.
Jenny, don't go.
Yes?
You kissed me just now, Jenny. You haven't done that in a long time. I'm very grateful. But I can't accept it under false pretenses.
False pretenses?
Jim, no, don't.
I had the movie shown only because Miss Reed forced me to. She gave me an alternative that left me no choice. That's the truth, and I want you to know it. I haven't been much of a father for quite a while. I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't tell you all this to hurt you.
You've forgotten a lot of things about me, haven't you? That I don't cry only when I'm sad. That I cry just as much when I'm happy. Oh, I don't care why you showed the film. I just wanted you to be honest with me and with yourself.
Oh, so this is where you all are.
Ellen, if you don't mind,
It's all right. Come in, Ellen.
Now, what is all this nonsense, Jim? Claude's terribly upset. The whole board's upset. First when they heard about the movie, and then right out of the blue, this resignation.
Resignation?
Oh, it was just beautiful, Jim. Especially that part about self-respect. Just about made me cry.
Jim, why did you do it?
I stood in back of the theater a little while ago and watched them looking at the picture. Suddenly I realized I had almost not let them see it. That's when I knew that everything you said last night was true. That I had no right to be the president of a college.
Why, Aggie, how could you have told him such a thing? Why, Jim, you should hear them all shouting back there at home about how much good you've done to this school. And what a row the students would raise if they heard about it. Wouldn't they, Jenny?
They'd raise a heck of a row, Mrs. Griswold.
Why, I didn't resign as alumni president.
Thank you, Ellen.
Oh, my goodness, Jenny, what are you doing here? Did you forget it's commencement?
I'm going, Mrs. Griswold. I always wondered why they called it commencement. Now I know.
Well, I'd better be leaving, too. I just wanted to ask you to reconsider, Jim. You won't mention this to Claude, will you? He'll like thinking it was his own idea. Very important to a man like Claude, you know. Think everything's his own idea.
I'm afraid I've been underestimating you, Ellen.
You forget. I was once a student in your history class, too. See you later, Aggie.
I'm overwhelmed, Jim. I never expected this.
Well, we're even. Neither did I.
Will you reconsider? I think it's very important to Good Hope that you stay on.
When I came in here, I wanted to tell you again how much I love you. That I didn't have much hope for it after last night. But that somehow, today, I know we're different people than we were 20 years ago. I know that a lot of things have changed. But I wouldn't want to go through the rest of my life feeling I hadn't tried. Do I have a chance?
You might have had a very good chance, Jim. Except that, well, you see, we only met today. Just now, really. And there's someone who has a few years' start on you.
Yes. He's lucky.
Thank you.
You will stay, won't you, for commencement, I mean?
Yes, I'll stay.
Thank you, Agatha.
Well, hello.
Hello.
No, I mean Agatha.
Well, where have you been?
Where have I been? Where have you been?
Straightening out my life.
Well, now I know.
What arrangements did you make for getting us out of here?
Getting us out?
By plane, Woody, tonight. You'd better phone Washington, tell them to set up that committee meeting for 10 tomorrow morning, and call Senator McElroy. Tell him he was right. I'll make a swing through the whole state before election. And, yes, close your mouth. You look like a fish.
But I thought
now,
you and
get
Merrill
on the phone. I've got to change my shoes.
Hello, this is Miss Woods. Would you get me to the airport, please?
All right, Woody, where's the honorable?
Look, Cole, would you mind telling me something? What's going on? Okay, I'll hold on. Merrill runs the film. You're philosophical, and she straightens out her life. I don't get it.
You will.
What in my black shoes? What did you do with...
Well, I thought you were on your way to bigger and better things.
I've got some news for you.
Hello?
Leave us alone, Woody.
But
I said leave us alone.
Oh, I'll call you later.
Aggie, you're not going to do it. You're not going to marry.
Really?
Now, look, I'm not asking you to fall into my arms. I wouldn't even catch you if you did. There's one thing I found out this weekend. I don't like women.
Then why all the bother?
Because I'm neat. I straighten pictures. I put the tops on toothpaste tubes. I don't like unfinished things lying around. You're not going to go through with this and throw away your life.
Aren't you being a little overconfident?
I don't think so. I'm offering you a deal. A business deal. And in exchange for such a small service, I'm giving you my personal guarantee that the article in Real Magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to your expulsion from this seat of higher learning.
Why, you...
See pictures on opposite page.
So you're an eavesdropper, too, among all your other accomplishments.
You learn a lot of cute tricks in my work, too.
Well, it seems I have no choice, have I? Woody!
Yes, ma'am.
There's been a change of plans, Woody. We're leaving Good Hope tonight. Huh? You'd better phone Washington. They can set up a committee meeting for tomorrow at 10 and call Senator McElroy. Tell him I'll make a swing through the entire state before the election.
But you just
I know. There's been a change of plans.
Oh, a change of plans.
Miss Reed, are you ready?
Ginny?
The ceremonies are going to begin.
Well, I guess I'm ready.
Your speech. Have you got your speech?
My speech? I left it on the desk. What did you do with it?
I never touched it.
I distinctly remember leaving it on
What's
the desk.
that in the wastebasket?
Oh.
We had no fire.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, let's go. Ginny, where are you?
One weekend. Could a woman go crazy in one weekend?
What's so crazy about changing her mind?
Changing her mind? She told me the same thing 5 minutes ago.
She what?
What are they putting the food around here anyway? Now what's got into you?
Sweetheart, don't even try to understand it. Just relax and enjoy it. Hello.
Well, what kept you? Oh, Matt, you were right. We have missed 6 wonderful years. I've been so blind. Why didn't you make me see?
Why didn't I make you? Oh, you politician, you.
And now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And we want to thank them for a very exceptional show. Barbara Stanwyck, Frank Lovejoy, and Robert Young. You certainly have done a lot for education this evening, Barbara.
And just what have I done?
You've shown our audience that women can be brilliant and beautiful.
Well, all I've done is use Lux toilet soap faithfully. It's my favorite complexion care.
A perfect combination of brains and beauty care. You know, all smart women use Lux soap.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of it, Bill.
What college did you attend, Barbara?
Well, as a matter of fact, I finished school at the age of 13.
Really? What held you up?
You weren't caught climbing through the window at 5 a.m.
No, Frank. Barbara, at the age of 13, got her first job in the chorus.
That'll make you back up, Frank.
I retreat.
Hold it, Frank. Seems to me you've just finished a picture at Warner Brothers entitled Retreat something or other.
Yes, Barbara, it's a Milton Sperling production for Warner Brothers. Retreat, you should pardon the expression, hell.
Well, we'll pardon it because it's about the courageous attitude of the Marines in Retreat Hell, an excellent picture of the Korean War.
Well, now that we're all in full retreat, why don't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Gladly, Barbara. Next week, we'll have a swashbuckling adventure story. Captain Horatio Hornblower. And as our stars in this recent Warner Brothers screen success, playing their original roles, the exciting team of Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to that one, Bill.
Good night. You are all great.
Here's a beauty tip from one of Hollywood's loveliest young stars, that charming Lux girl, Dorothy Patrick. She says, daily active lather facials with Lux toilet soap do wonders for my skin. Make it softer, smoother, really lovelier. Why don't you try this simple care Dorothy Patrick recommends? You'll find it's easy to be Lux lovely. Lux Soap's gentle, active lather cleanses so thoroughly, quickly gives skin appealing, fresh new beauty. Put Hollywood's own beauty soap on your shopping list tomorrow. Lux Toilet Soap is as fine a complexion soap as money can buy. You'll soon discover why 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls.
Lux Toilet Soap Care is guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company to give your complexion a fresher, smoother, lovelier look or your money back. Lever Brothers Company, New York, New York, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo in Captain Horatio Hornblower. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Robert Young, star of radio's Father Knows Best, has appeared through the courtesy of the Crosley Corporation. Heard in our cast tonight were Lorene Tuttle as Ellen, Joan Banks as Woody, Rhoda Williams as Ginny, Herbert Butterfield as Griswold, Howard McNair as Dr. Pitt, Gwen Delano as Miss Shackelford, and Eddie Marr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Goodbye, My Fancy has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Captain Horatio Hornblower, starring Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Your level best. That's how you'll feel when you light up a Lucky. Because Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's important to you as a smoker to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And every smoker knows
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, mild, ripe, light tobacco. Remember, more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next two leading brands combined. It's good to know that fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, by putting you on the right level to feel and do your level best. That's the Lucky level.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Get on the Lucky level where it's fun to be alive. Get a carton of Luckies and get started today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, in the life of Jack Benny, Saturday is a hectic day of rehearsals. Sunday is an exciting day of the broadcast. But Monday, Monday, that's the day for rest and relaxation. So if you promise not to disturb him, I'll take you out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills and see how he spends his day of leisure.
This is wonderful. Nothing to do but just sit here by the fire in this easy chair and smoke a cigarette.
Are you comfortable, boss?
Oh, yes, very comfortable. Rochester, move that ashtray a little closer, will you, please?
Here you are.
Rochester, move my chair a little closer to the fireplace, please.
Yes, sir.
What a way to relax. Rochester, flick the ashes off my cigarette. Will you, please?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to lift your eyelids so you can see the fire?
No, I'll do it myself. But with these long lashes, they are kind of heavy. Yes, sir, there's nothing like sitting by the open fireplace. What was that?
I just threw one in to help you out.
Thanks. Gee, this is wonderful. You know, I think I'll doze off for a while. This chair is so comfortable. Whoops. I'll have to get that spring fixed. You know, Rochester, I hope nobody stops in today. I just want to sit here and forget everything.
Boss, what are you fidgeting for?
My back itches. Scratch it for me, Rochester, will you please?
Okay.
A little higher. To the left. Lower. Up a little. Higher. Higher. Rochester, remember that Chinese back scratcher I used to have?
Yeah, why'd you ever fire him?
Now, Rochester, stop with those jokes. You know, your irrevocable propensity for jocularity is just an inept endeavor to be facetious.
Well!
Now, look, I want to be alone, so just let me... No, there's somebody at the door.
I'll get it. Oh, hello, Mr. Wilson.
Well, hello, Rochester. Is Mr. Benny in?
Yeah, he's right in the den. You know, Mr. Wilson, the boss was kind of upset last week after you got in that argument with him about Rudyard Kipling and Shakespeare.
He was?
Yes, sir. When he found out he was wrong, he felt so ashamed, he ran upstairs, threw himself across the bed, and cried like a baby.
No.
Yeah. What a pathetic sight. A gray-haired old baby.
Who's out there?
It's me, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. Come on in the den.
Hey, how come you're not dressed?
Well, Don, this is my day off, and I'm sort of relaxing. Later on, I'm going to have a masseur come over and give me a massage.
Well, Jack, I did the same thing yesterday, only I had 2 masseurs.
2 masseurs?
Yes, they started working on me at noon. And at 6 o'clock, when they came up over my stomach, I introduced them.
Don, a masseur couldn't get over your stomach with a pick and a rope. I'm just kidding, Don.
Well, by the way, Jack, regarding that argument we had last week about Shakespeare and Kipling...
Yes,
I want to thank you for that letter of apology you sent me.
That's quite all right. Forget it.
Did you receive my reply?
Forget it, Don.
No, Jack. This whole argument was ridiculous.
Forget it, Don.
And I meant every word when I wrote to you and said that my irrevocable propensity for jocularity was just an inept endeavor to be facetious.
Uh-oh.
Where are you going, Rochester?
When that line came out of you, I thought you were delirious and called the doctor.
I didn't tell you I made it up, and besides, it wasn't easy memorizing it. Now, Don, what'd you come over to see me about?
Well, Jack, your quartet's here, and they prepared a commercial that they want you to listen to.
The Sportsman?
Mm-hmm.
But, Don, not today. I want to relax. I'll hear it tomorrow.
Oh, you've got to hear it now, Jack. They're going away on a little vacation tomorrow.
They are? Well, where are they now?
In the living room.
Oh, for heaven's sake. A fella tries to have just one day to himself, and all he gets is... Don, who's that guy on your back?
I'm his third masseur. He hasn't met me yet.
Well, get off of him. We got work to do. Oh, hello, fellas. Boys, Don tells me you're going away for a few days. Where are you going?
If you know what we know, then you'll go where we go, where they grow tobacco. Oh, LSSSMFFF, LSMFT, you'd be so happy when you'd see a Lucky. You cannot measure the pleasure that you will get from smoking Lucky Strike.
Very good, Don.
So
Very
Jackson,
good.
bye-bye, and don't cry. We're all
stop marching around the room.
happy day.
Boys, be
So
careful.
take it down.
Hey, fellas, watch out for that goldfish boat. Watch out.
That's where we belong. Forward men and stay in line. It's onward to Caroline with Lucky Strikes in hand. Our favorite brand. Oh, LSSSMFFF, LSSSMFF, it's LSMFT for me.
How do you like that? They marched into the closet. Fellas, the front door is over there.
Forward men, let's stay in line. It's onward to Caroline with Lucky Strikes in hand. Our favorite brand. Oh, LSSSMFFT for me.
How do you like that? What dumb guys. Imagine them going into my closet.
Boss, they aren't so dumb.
What?
They marched out wearing 4 of your suits.
My suits? Hey, fellas! Fellas, Don Wilson! Oh, darn it, he's gone, too. Oh, well, I'll see him when they get back. I'm not going to let it spoil my day of relaxation. Now, let's see, what'll I do? Read a book or a magazine or maybe...
Read a book. Read a book.
Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Boss, is there anything you'd like me to do for you?
No, Rochester, I'm fine. I just want to take it easy.
Well, the television is on. Why don't you watch that?
Say, that's a good idea. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dee. Ah. Hey, look at that prize fight. Gee, television is wonderful. Say, those two fighters are really mixing it. A right, a left. Wow, he's on his knees. The referee's counting. 1, 2, 3. Oh, darn it, the Colemans pulled their shade down. Gee, I wish I had a television set. Hey, maybe my cast will chip in and buy me one for Christmas. Maybe my writers will give me one. Say, maybe my sponsor will give me one. Or maybe on New Year's Eve I'll have an extra glass of sherry and buy one myself. Oh, well, I'll see what happens.
Miss Albany, my money, please.
Huh? Gee, Polly, you sounded just like my violin teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Come to think of it, you look a little like him, too. Well, I think I'll go back in the den now. Oh, darn it. I'll get the phone, Rochester. Hello?
Hiya, Jackson. Hey, Jack Stone, I'm all alone at the house, and I want you to help me out.
What is it, Phil?
Well, I'm writing a letter to a friend of mine, and I'm stuck. How do you spell entertainer?
For heaven's sake, Phil, why do you call with the silly things like that? Why don't you look it up in the dictionary?
I did, and it ain't in there.
Entertainer? Of course it's in the dictionary.
No, it ain't. I looked all through the ends.
Phil, naturally you won't find it in the ends. Entertainer begins with an E.
Entertainer starts with an E?
Certainly, the E is silent, like the P in your first name.
My name starts with a P?
Phil, don't you even know how to spell your name? What do you do when you sign a check?
The same as you. I cry a little.
I don't mean that. Look, Phil, today is my day off. I'm trying to relax.
All right, Pops, relax. Maybe if you rest up real good, you can come along with me on the next hunting trip. The one I went on last week was a pip, Jackson. We went up in the High Sierras.
I know. You told me you were going. Tell me, Phil, did you hunt bear?
Well, one day we... Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Hey, ask me that again.
Oh, no, he caught me on that last week. Not going to catch me this
Come
time.
on, Jackson, ask me that again.
Okay. Tell me, Phil, did you hunt grizzly?
No, we shaved every day. Oh, Harris, the P in your first name may be silent, but the rest of you's dynamite.
Well, Philsy, boy.
Hey, no kidding, Jackson. I wish you'd have been with us. Really exciting, especially when you've got good hunting dogs. You shoot down them ducks and the retrievers bring them right back to you.
Oh, the retrievers, eh? Who went on the trip with you?
Just me and Remley.
Say, you guys are really pals, aren't you? You never go hunting without Remley.
I have to take him. He's one of the retrievers.
Remley?
Yeah, you ought to see him, Jackson, swimming across the lake with a duck in his mouth.
Oh, for heaven. Why doesn't he carry it in his hand?
What, and let go of the bottle?
That does it, Phil. Goodbye.
So long, Marcia.
I never saw a guy like Phil. Doesn't worry about a thing. Gee, I was hoping that call was from Daisy.
Daisy who, boss?
Daisy Dickinson. She's Mr. Osborne's secretary of Batten, Barton, Durston, and Osborne. I got a date with her tomorrow night. She's cute, too. She makes $85 a week. Her take-home pay is $63.40. Well, what'll I do now? Maybe I'll read a... Say, Rochester, what's this package here on the table?
It came in the mail this morning, boss. It's for you.
For me? I wonder what it is. Gee, it's a little phonograph record. That's funny. I can't understand. Well, I might as well play it and see what it is.
Hello, Jack. This is Eddie Cantor. Hey, Jack, I just want to remind you, you're going to be a guest on my program Friday night.
You didn't have to send me this record. I knew I was going to be on.
So long, Jack. I'll sign off now. This is Eddie Cantor.
Rochester, lift up the arm. The record is stuffed.
No, it isn't. I made it this way. Cantor.
What a hand! Imagine making a record just for that. Say, while I'm relaxing, I might as well put some other records on. Let's see, here's Brahms' Lullaby by Spike Jones. Here's White Christmas, sung by Bing. The last name is scratched out. I wonder who that is. Here's a new one. Who put the microfilm in Mrs. Murphy's pumpkin? Here's one. Oh, What a Beautiful Morning by Patrick J. McNulty. Hey, here's one that Dennis Day made with Phil's orchestra. You Must Have Been a Beautiful Baby. See, that's an old favorite of mine. I think I'll play it.
Must have been a wonderful child when you were only starting to go to kindergarten. I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have shown the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause baby, a little baby, look at you now.
Gee, that's a good number, and Dennis sings it so well, too. Phil's music didn't spoil it a bit. Well, what else can I do to while away the time? I think I'll read a book. I must have been a beautiful baby. I must have been a wonderful child. When I was I don't know what to read. When I was only starting to go to kindergarten, I really drove the little girls wild, oh yes. And when it came... Oh, here's Billy Rose's new book, Wine, Women, and Words. Yeah, I read that. It's great. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, I really showed the other kids how. I can see... Gee, I don't know whether I'd like to read a mystery or something romantic. I can see the judge's eyes as he handed me the prize. I'll get the door, Rochester. I made the cutest little bow. Oh, I must have been a beautiful baby.
But, brother, get a load of you now.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I'm going to do a little Christmas shopping. Would you like to join me?
No, I'm not going to shop till next week. This is my day of relaxation. You know, Mary, a man should begin to take things easy, when he's pushing 40.
Pushing 40?
Yeah.
You went through it like a Michigan halfback.
All right. Come on in for a minute. You can shop later.
Okay. You alone?
Yeah, Phil called a little while ago. He just got back from a hunting trip up in the High Sierras.
The High Sierras, eh? Did he hunt bear?
Well, he... Uh-oh. Hey, Mary. What'd you say?
I said, did he hunt bear?
No, he took his razor with him. Oh, Jackson, you may not be a retriever, but anyone who throws you a lead is a dead duck.
Jack, what are you talking about?
It's over your head, sister. It's over your head. Come on in the den, Mary. I want to get back to that old fireplace again.
Don't bother, Jack. I'll answer it.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Can I please speak to little old Jack Benny?
Just a second. I'll call him.
Oh, are you his mother?
No, are you?
Goodness, no, honey. I'm just little old Daisy Dickinson. Will you please call Mr. Benny for me?
Okay, just hold a little old while. Oh, Jack, it's for you, Daisy Dickinson.
Well, hello.
Hello, sugar.
Hello, Daisy.
Oh, I just called to thank you for the lovely bouquet of flowers you sent me.
Oh, did you like them?
Oh, yes. Oh, and I just loved what you said on the card. Daisies for Daisy.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I wrote that without my writers.
You did? Oh, but golly, sugar, when I saw Daisies for Daisy, it made me wish my name were Orchid.
Oh, but that would sound silly, Daisies for Orchid, I've been waiting for your call, honey.
Well, everything's okay for our little old date tomorrow night.
Good. We'll do something special. We'll have an early dinner, and then I know the most romantic place to park on Wilshire Boulevard.
But, sugar boy, Wilshire Boulevard romantic?
Have you ever watched the moon come up over the Bank of America? Huh?
Oh, you're so cute. I'll see you tomorrow night, you little old boll weevil.
Okay, you little old possum, you. Goodbye. Gee, Mary, she's so nice, She's awfully nice.
How'd you meet her, Jack?
She's a secretary at my advertising agency, Batten, Barton, Durson, and little old Osborne.
Oh, well, Jack, I can't wait any longer. I've got to go shopping.
Okay, Mary, see you later.
So long. Oh, by the way, Jack, maybe you can help me out. Can Rochester hear us talking?
No, he's in the kitchen. Why?
Well, I want to know what to get him for Christmas, and it's kind of tough to think of a suitable gift.
Yeah, Rochester is a problem at Christmas time. What can you get him? He's been with me 10 years. He's got nothing.
I know. Say, Jack, do you think Rochester would like it if I got him a pair of bedroom slippers?
Sure, Mary. Bedroom slippers would be fine.
Well, thanks a lot for helping me. I'll be running along now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Size 8.5.
Rochester, that wasn't very nice. You know what happens to people who eavesdrop?
Yeah, they get the right size.
I guess you're right. I just didn't get the right line. You got the right size. Well, I think I'll go back in the den and read a book. I must have been a beautiful baby. See if there are any books that I haven't read. Here's a good one, The City Boy by Herman Wouk. Oh, he's the fellow who used to write for Fred Allen, and then he left Allen and went to war. The coward. Say, I think I'll read that one. Oh, darn it, why can't I? Come in! Come in! Oh, hello, Dennis.
I came to say goodbye. I'm going to jail.
Jail?
Unless you can straighten out this traffic ticket.
What'd you get a traffic ticket for?
I took a 4-way cold tablet on a one-way street.
Dennis, let me see that ticket.
Here.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Dennis, you got this ticket for riding your bicycle up the escalator in the May Company. I don't blame him for being mad.
Neither do I. I bought it at Bullock's.
Look, kid, I'm trying to have one day of complete rest, so I don't want any more of this silly talk. What'd you come over here for?
I thought Phil was here. I wanted to talk over an arrangement with him.
Well, he's not here. He called me up a little while ago. He just got back from a hunting trip in the high Sierras.
Oh? Did he hunt bear?
Hey, Dennis. Dennis. Ask me that again.
Ask you what?
Did he hunt bear?
No, he had his clothes on.
Glad I got rid of him. How can a kid think of such silly things out? Hello?
Oh, Dennis, you've got 2 shows and a head for each one of them.
Dennis, how did you get to a phone booth so fast?
My bicycle's got a motor on it.
Goodbye! That kid's gonna drive me nuts. One of these days... Oh, now who can that be?
Goodbye.
Well, I'm too tired to try and figure it out now. I'm going in the den and relax.
Oh, Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny! Look at him curled up in that chair fast asleep. I won't wake him. I'll just pick him up and carry him upstairs and put him to bed. Just look at him. Not a care in the world. Look at the way he snuggles in my arms like a little child. He must have been a beautiful baby. He must have been a wonderful child. When he was only starting to go to kindergarten, I'll bet he drove the Indians wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, he must have shown the other.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. You see, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's good to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And that's why it's so important that you select and smoke the cigarette of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
And as every smoker knows,
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. No wonder Lucky Strike is the overwhelming favorite of tobacco experts. For more independent auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky's regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined. So...
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Get on the right level, the Lucky level, where there's real joy in living, where it's fun to be alive. The Lucky level, where you feel your best and do your best.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
And remember, here's a gift every smoker on your Christmas list is sure to appreciate. A carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes in beautiful holiday wrapping. And for that special someone, get Lucky Strike 500s, the handsome gift box of 25 packages of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
I'm sorry I woke you up, boss.
That's all right, Rochester. I'll go right back to sleep again. Good night.
Good night.
Well, I guess my day is just about over. I'll have to make the cutest little bow. Next is Phil and Alice Faye, Dennis Day on Saturday. Be sure to listen there a while. Oh, they must have been such comical babies. 'Cause, brother, get a load of them now. They both got 2 shows. Brother, get a load of them now.
Be sure to hear the Lucky Strike Hit Parade starring Frank Sinatra on Saturday, and don't forget the Lucky Strike program, Your Lucky Strike.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Wisher didn't see the brightness because he was back aft, alone. He sat quietly, relaxed. He wasn't bored. It was just that he had no interest. After 14 years in the mapping command, even the strangest of the new worlds was routine to him. And what little imagination he had was beginning to center upon a small farm he'd seen on the southern plains of Vega 5. The brightness that Wisher didn't see grew with the passing moments. A pale young man named Grenville, who was Wisher's crewman, watched it for a long while, absently. When the gleam took on brilliance and a blue-white dazzling blaze, Grenville was startled. He stared at the screen for a long moment, then carefully checked the distance. Still a few light minutes away, the planet was already uncommonly bright. The blueness and the brightness flowed in together. It was the most beautiful thing Grenville had ever seen. Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected, life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense. Grenville watched the planet grow. Slowly the moons came out. 4 winked on and ringed the bright world like pearls in a great necklace that glares incredible.
Sam, come down here, quickly. I know what that blue is. I know what it is. Shining. It's all shining. Everything's blue and shining. Sam, will you come down, man? Hurry. Look at the screen. Clouds. Look at the clouds. Sam, look. Isn't it beautiful? See. Whew. Well, I'll be. It's blue. The entire world's blue. Ice caps. Clouds are white. But the rest's entirely blue. It's all water. A world of water. How's that for a freak, huh? 1 in a million, right? I bet you never saw anything like that.
Hang on. I'll make a check.
There's no land. A world of water. I suppose it was bound to happen sooner or later. But nobody else in Mapping Command. No one's found a world of water till now.
I'm circling. We'll move into the dark side of the planet in 12 seconds. Watch carefully.
Bound to happen, though, wasn't it? Considering Earth, which is a land area covering only 1/4, and when you consider the odds, chances are that there are quite a number of planets with scarcely any land area at all.
Let's go down.
Down? Down where?
Down low. I want to see what's living in that ocean. Stratosphere. certification.
And you're the man who always follows the regulations without question.
I do, normally. Without the regs, nothing commands a death trap. Nowhere in space is the need for rules as great as out here on the frontier. We owe our lives to the regs.
Then I wonder how they'd feel about us probing the water of an all-water planet from 1,000 feet up.
Well, inevitably, there are some things the regs can't foresee. All planets are new, but this one's newer than all the rest. Extra different. All water. Nothing. Nothing at all. No fish. No seaweed. 800 feet, that's as near as we're going.
Evolution's been confined underwater, then? Completely underwater?
If there is evolution.
Look!
Sam, see. An island.
Yes, I see it.
They didn't see the second island. Radar picked it up for them. They patrolled the dark side of the planet, but found no more islands.
This planet's my assignment. They might even name it after me. There are a load of planets named after men in mapping command. When the tourists come, they'll be coming to Glenville Planet, one of the most spectacular wonders of the universe.
We'll land. Peculiar? What is? I don't know. Doesn't feel right.
There was nothing on the islands that could hurt them. They were quite sure of that. The check had revealed the presence of a great number of small, four-footed animals, but only one type was larger than a dog, and that one was slow and noisy. Both men were standing close in by the ship. It was a rule. You never left the ship area until you were sure. The regulations said so.
Have to be careful about snakes. How's the air check? I'm just reading the meters. It's good. Okay, let's breathe this world.
It's good. It is good. Queer sand. Red. Red and warm.
You can't call the vegetation jungle. Everything's too stiff. Unreal, sort of. Nothing over 10 feet. Everything's sort of...
Regular. Yes. I noticed.
And so they explored. We sure began to feel more confident. They had their rifles. They had the ship and the alarm system. There was nothing that could harm them. The day passed. Just before twilight, 2 of the moons came out.
Moons.
What?
I was just thinking...
What about the moons?
I wasn't thinking about them exactly. I was thinking about the tide. 4 good-sized moons in conjunction could raise one heck of a tide.
So?
That's probably where the land went.
Well, let the technicians worry about all that.
No, it's just that these islands have no right to be here at all. 4 moons. They could produce tides that would wash continents away. Or maybe the tides are far apart, centuries apart. Huh? Evolution. 1 billion years underneath the sea, with no land to take the first developing mammals. I wonder what's going on this minute underneath all that water.
When they went into the ship for the night, we sure didn't need the regulations to tell him to seal the airlock and set the alarm screens. But it was only an animal. One of the large ones. A weird, bristling thing with a lean, powerful body. By the time morning came, Wisher, who'd been frightened half to death, was in favor of leaving for the one remaining star they would map before returning to base. Grenville was secretly keen to return as well, but for different reasons. Grenville had decided that Grenville was now a famous man.
That island, over there, that's North Grenville. This one, South Grenville.
Don't go near the water.
All right, Mummy. I'll work the edge of the vegetation. Funny. No birds.
Leave the rifle, take the pistol, easier.
Okay.
No shellfish. The beach is a bare, dead plot of ground. There's danger here. I know it, but I can't explain it. Sea, noiseless. No tide, no waves, nothing. It's because there's nothing, just stillness everywhere, that I know there's danger. The seas of every world I've ever been to have been choked with life. From Earth on, out to Deneb. Anyway, I'll take a specimen of the water.
It took a lot of courage for Wisher to approach those waves. He took a quick water sample and hurried back to the ship. The water was earth water, so far as his instruments could tell. There was nothing wrong with it. There was nothing much living in it either. Then Grenville came back with his specimen sack.
No shellfish. Why?
Well, maybe they just don't like it here.
The computers finished constructing the orbits of those moons.
So?
So the moons conjunct every 112 years. They rise a tide of 600 feet.
Well, I don't see
what... The tide is at least 400 feet higher than either of the islands.
Oh.
Where in the name of... Grenville, where did the animals come from?
They should be drowned.
Right. And would be. Unless they're amphibian, they're not. Or unless a new batch evolves every 100 years.
It doesn't make sense.
The sand, it seems artificial. Why is the island here at all?
And then the idea popped unbidden into his brain, and he slowly turned and looked at Grenville, who was staring moodily out to sea.
That's it. That has to be the reason. The whole island is artificial. It's restored. Put here by whoever lives under the sea.
Well?
We can't leave yet. We haven't any proof. Besides, there hasn't been any manifestation of danger.
We've got enough proof for me.
It's easy to understand, isn't it? Evolution kept on going, changing, like it's done everywhere else in the universe. Only here, where the mammals began coming up onto the land, they had no room to expand. They were being washed away all the time, every 100 years, as the continents were worn down below sea level. But evolution never stopped. It continued underneath the sea. Eventually it came up with an intelligent race. Heaven knows what they are or how far they've progressed. They must be pretty highly evolved. They couldn't have done something like this.
There's no way of telling. The Egyptians built the pyramids. Tougher job than this. You can't tell from the islands how far advanced they are. Zoo?
What?
Zoo. Things under the sea. Perhaps this is...
No, if they wanted a zoo, they'd build one under the sea, surely. Where they are, where they live, not out here. They'd have their zoo out, well, underneath the water, where they could travel with ease, with animals in airtight compartments or something.
If there is anything living under the sea.
Gren, there's got to be. Otherwise, how do you explain this? The island, the other one, too.
I don't know. And another thing. If there is something, why hasn't it come here? Why haven't it come to see us? They must have noticed our ship.
They wouldn't be just like fish, would they? These things, they need hands, tentacles. Will you get the animal specimens?
No, just plants and a small lizard thing.
Well, we'll have to get one of those things that set off the alarm last night. But to heck with the rest. We'll let HQ worry about that. I'll pack up, make ready. You go and get that thing.
What?
I said go and get that animal thing.
Then we leave, huh?
Yes.
Do you think we need one of those things that
set the alarm off last night? Yes.
Okay. You wouldn't like to have a shot at getting one and let me pack up?
No.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, then.
I think I'll just have a... I think I'll just smoke a cigarette before I leave. I won't have much time if I'm to get one of those things. Just 5 minutes, and then I'll... You?
No, thanks.
Queer.
Huh?
The whole place. It's queer. It's the queerest world I've ever been on. You know, usually there's all sorts of things. You know, different, of course, because every world's different, but somehow identifiable. You know, you can relate the things you find, discover, with other things, on Earth or Deneb or Helestra or... You know, but here, there's hardly any insects. You notice that? And all that still sea out there. On Earth, any place on the whole planet, there'd be seabirds flying about, calling, little crabs scuttling about the sand, seaweed, everything you can think of. But here, it's like a kid's toy. A model.
Grenville, of course, was talking for the sake of talking. He didn't want to go and hunt the animal. He wasn't afraid of the animal, of course. He'd hunt a larger and more dangerous specimens to take back to Earth for the scientists.
I mean, intuition. Sometimes, surely, intuition's enough. If a man feels there's danger, feels something somewhere is not good, then it'd be stupid to wait till he gets his head knocked off to prove it. See what I mean?
No.
I was afraid you wouldn't.
Oh, I see what you mean, of course, but what'd you do?
A cigarette. I burnt my... Enjoyed that.
Okay, go and get one of those things. Okay, then we'll scoot.
Yes, okay. Right, see you.
And Grenville turned and struck off automatically down the beach. He never came back. At the end of the third hour, Wisher went to the arms locker and pulled out a heavy rifle. Then he went outside the ship again and waited.
If Grenville comes back before me, it'll be all right. Because the alarm's set to deactivate when it registers the sound pattern of either of our voices. If he comes back and doesn't see me, he'll know the alarm's on. If no one comes back, the ship will blow by itself.
The beach was wide and curved. Grenville's deep footprints were easy to follow. From out of nowhere, it seemed, a wind sprung up. Wisher welcomed it like a friend. Something at last was happening on Grenville's planet.
Yes, if we get of it. When I get out of this, I'll go home. With Grenville or without him.
The heel prints turned abruptly into an alien forest. Wisher walked some distance farther on to a relatively clear space. He turned, stepping carefully. He started to circle the spot where Grenville had gone in. The wood around him was soggy, sterile.
Ship. Somebody's at the ship. Ship can take care of itself. Me, another 5 minutes and then... Grenville, my lad, I'm sorry. Very sorry.
Even as Wisher fell, he knew what it was. Animal trap. He knew with a blast of glacial fear he knew. He reached for his rifle and felt the metal bite into his legs anew. But the rifle was beyond him. Out of his belt, he dragged his pistol, and in a sea of pain, held upright by the trap, he waited. Nothing came. Why? Why? This had happened to Grenville, too. Why?
Why?
Strangely, he was not afraid. He had broken the regulations, and this had happened, and he'd expected it. He waited. But nothing came. Why?
Why?
He looked down into the hole, and he saw the hot redness of his own blood. And as he watched it bubble, he realized that he was dying.
Why doesn't something come? I can at least see where they are. Do I shoot it? If it comes, do I shoot it? Why doesn't something come?
Why?
Why?
He had very little time. He realized this. But he was hopeful. He wanted so much for something to come. He needed so much to know. Why? Why? Before something came, unfortunately, he died. The traps had been dug in the night. From out of the sea they had come to dig in the preserve. For a preserve was what the island was all that it could have been. And then returned to the sea to wait. The traps had been dug in the night. The ship had been seen from the very beginning, and its purpose understood. The best brains of the sea had gathered and planned. The enormous, manta-like people, whose name was unpronounceable, but whose technology was not far behind Earth's, met in consultation and immediately understood. It was necessary to capture the ship. Therefore, the Earthmen must be separated from it, and it was for this reason that Wisher had died. But now, to the astonishment of the things, the ship was still alive. It stood silent and alone in the whiteness of the beach, ticking and sparking within itself, and near it on the bloodied sand were the remains of the one who had come too close. The things waited, exultant. The conquest of space was in their hands. The day grew late and became afternoon. Within the ship, of course, there was ticking, and a small red hand moved towards zero. In a little while, the ship would blow, and with it would go the island and a great chunk of the sea. But the beings could not know. Second by second, with the utter mechanical loyalty of the machine, the small red hand crept forward. The sea near the beach was frothy and white. A crowd was forming. Grenville's Planets was adapted for broadcasting and produced by Michael McCabe.
Suspense. The unusual, the unexpected. Life, death, and sometimes something in between. Suspense.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Colman, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Benita Hume in The Prisoner of Zenda.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. It is your loyalty to Lux Flakes that makes it possible for us to bring you these programs week after week. And every time you buy Lux, I wish you'd remember this. Just a few flakes of gentle Lux make so many suds. Lux is the thrifty care for everything safe in water alone. The thrifty way to do dishes. So it's a smart idea to keep Lux in the three places you use it most. In the bathroom, for stockings, underthings, and the pretty accessories that make you look so dainty. In the kitchen, for your dishes. And the laundry, for your dresses and sweaters. Tonight, Ronald Colman, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Benita Hume, C. Aubrey Smith, Ralph...
About the finest complexion care obtainable. I've seen Lux soap in the dressing rooms and homes of any number of stars. Actresses who could afford to spend almost any amount of money.
Thanks for telling us that, Kathleen. But your job is to get good ideas for fan magazines. The 14 of them that appear every month have a combined circulation of 10 million. Each one prints about 10 articles, which means that out of somewhere must arise 140 ideas every 30 days. Where do they come from?
Well, take that recent article called...
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from this city of the fast fade-out, where actors know that their years of stardom are limited to usually not over 5, where more than 10 years of top billing is generally the stuff that cinematic dreams are made of, and where Ronald Colman, more popular than ever after 15 years, is regarded as something of a miracle man. Of course, there's a reason for Mr. Colman's enduring fame, and the reason is Mr. Colman himself, a gentleman whose quiet charm matches his talent, and whose head has never expanded under the heat of the spotlight. Ronald Colman was clerking in a London steamship office when the war broke out, during which he served with the Contemptibles, Lord Kitchener's first expeditionary force. He came to America after the armistice with high hopes of becoming an actor and with $37 in cash. He had only 2 lines in his first American play. But then, success followed success. One of his greatest he repeats tonight, Rudolph Rassendyll in Anthony Hope's celebrated romance, The Prisoner of Zenda. We're also joined by 2 other stalwarts from this film made by Selznick International Pictures, Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and C. Aubrey Smith. As Rupert of Hentzau, Mr. Fairbanks proves he can parry a thrust with as much vigor as his famous sword-swinging father. The next picture in his brilliant career will be Rulers of the Sea for Paramount. Mr. Smith, one of the ablest character actors I've ever known, plays Colonel Zapt, and Benita Hume, who has starred both here and abroad, comes back to our footlights in the part of Princess Flavia. Ralph Forbes is heard as Michael, and Peter Wills as Fritz. Our curtain's rising now, and the Lux Radio Theater brings you The Prisoner of Zenda, starring Ronald Colman, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., and Benita Hume. A lonely mountain stream somewhere in the woods of Middle Europe. To an aged oak near the edge of the stream is nailed a tattered placard which reads, Province of Zenda, Fishing Preserve, trespassing forbidden by order of His Majesty the King. Just below the sign, stretched out full length on the grassy bank, is a young Englishman. His head is pillowed on a fishing creel, and his rod lies unheeded by his side. He's deep in sleep, when two men in hunting costume come from the woods and stand over him. They gaze at him for a moment and then turn to each other in astonishment.
It's unbelievable. Look at him.
There is a resemblance, isn't there?
Resemblance. Look at the nose, the chin. Shave him and he'd be the king.
He isn't the king, is he? I mean, I didn't have that much to drink last night.
Don't be a fool. The king's hunting over the ridge. Wake the man up.
Say, there. You. Wake up.
Oh, your pardon, gentlemen. Good morning. Is anything the matter?
May I ask your name, please?
Well, since you've taken the first step in the acquaintance, gentlemen, suppose you give me a lead in the matter of names.
This is Colonel Zapt, and I'm Fritz von Tauernheim. We are both in the service of His Majesty the King.
How do you do? I am Rudolph Rassendyll, traveling from England. Not so long ago in the service of Her Majesty the Queen.
Rassendyll? Rassendyll! By heaven, I knew there was some reason for it.
Fritz! Zapt! Where are you?
Here, Your Majesty.
Where?
Here, sir.
Confound you, I thought I'd lost you. Why didn't you... Oh, who's this?
He's by way of being a relative of yours, sir.
A relative? It is something for which you cannot entirely blame me, Your Majesty. Oh, then who's to blame? If I may hazard a guess, Your Majesty, I would say that the blame might lie equally between your great-great-great-grandfather Rudolph and my great-great-great-grandmother Amelia. What?
Right by heaven, the man's a Rassendyll from England, sire.
Ha ha! That accounts for the king's countenance. If I was unduly surprised, it's too early in the day for a man to see double, eh, Fritz? Well, where are you staying, cousin? What are your plans? I'm at the inn, sire, and I have no plans other than to fish